If I would say this,
Yeah, I'm not really sure why I find olives to be kind of gross, and yet I like olive oil. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but here we are.
on day 6 of eating nothing but the Costco hot dog meal, but it feels so good to be back
Maybe it's the American in me that just likes oil in any capacity.
here because I can eat fresh hot dogs today.
For breakfast, I had the best tasting hot dog I've ever had in my entire life. That Cincinnati...
Ferris, thank you for the 8 months. I can't stand raw tomato. When I was a kid, I hated raw tomato. I thought tomatoes and pickles would make me nauseous. Nowadays, I like tomato and pickles.
trip didn't make me weaker. It only made me stronger. I'm a glizzy gobbler, damn it, and I'm gonna finish this project. I might get chronic diarrhea while doing it, but I'm still gonna finish it. I got lunch with 4 of my friends who drove all the way out here to enjoy the culinary experience of a lifetime with me. Earlier in the video, I had questioned what the Costco hot dog meal was, but now I realized maybe the Costco hot dog meal was the friends we made along the way. After doing a radio interview with KROQ in Los Angeles about my Costco hot dog experience.
His name is Sir Yacht, and he's on with us right now. Is this Sir Yacht?
Yes, it is.
Welcome to K-Rock. How goes it?
It's good. I have a lot of nitrate and hot dogs in my body, but other than that, it's fantastic.
I then went back home and checked my mailbox, and oh my goodness, it finally came in. A prescription for IBS? No. Even better. The shirt that said, "I got that dog in me." I ordered this shirt 2 weeks before shooting this project, which that day was Christmas, so that was a pretty stupid idea. I was so excited that
Just get that shirt from Makima.
I went to dinner a little earlier than usual to show off my shirt at Costco. Day 6, I had 4 Costco hot dog meals, which meant I had 25 meals overall for a total of $37.50. That's not a real number in 2024. And now, there was only 1 day and 3 Costco trips ahead of me finishing this project for good. I mentioned earlier that a lot of people asked me if I had any digestive problems, and obviously it was.
I feel like doing this kind of challenge would fuck me up bad. Like, my health is already not that great.
Wasn't great if I destroyed my bed that one time, but honestly, other than that, it really wasn't much different than usual, but I still had a ton of hot dog burps.
That's fucking nasty. I don't want no goddamn burping montage. Go next.
Ketchup, mustard, and relish every time.
So my friend Sam just called me. I didn't know he's never been to a Costco before, so he just like went in the entrance and thought he could get in. So they denied him because he doesn't have a membership.
Dude, thinking about you getting denied at the door like you're not on the list at a nightclub is so funny.
That's what I was saying.
And for my last Costco meal, I had to dress up for the Glizzy's funeral.
It's time to send this bad boy to the Shadow Realm. Let's do this.
Let's go. Let's go.
I was so confident and proud of what I had done this week. I approached the counter to order my
I don't know. I don't know. Confident or proud are what the words that I would describe.
So let's try that again.
You to
I ordered 2
describe
hot
this.
dog meals, ate them both right there, and had officially eaten nothing but the Costco hot dog meal for 1 week. Now, the moment you've been waiting for. Here are the results. I had eaten 29 hot dogs for a grand total of $43.50, which is
I mean, that's pretty cost efficient for a week. I'm not gonna lie.
1/4 of what the average millennial spends on food a week.
What the fuck? The average millennial has $165 to spend on food a week? Goddamn!
I checked the scale after 7 days, and maybe some of you are like, oh, you probably gained a good amount of weight, or you probably stayed the same. I lost weight. I lost 4.2 pounds in
Wow.
7 days.
Effective dieting.
Which is very abnormal because
I mean, is that really that abnormal? A hot dog really isn't that much food.
normal amount of losing weight per week is like 1 to 2 pounds. So this is something that's not sustainable over time, but did I accidentally just create a new diet trend? And lastly, besides,
Ain't no way. There's probably no nutrition. Also, this pause frame is disgusting. I'm just saying, hot dogs probably aren't very nutritional. God damn it.
Wave hot dogs. I never got sick of eating the Costco hot dog meal once.
Hey guys, it's me from the future editing this video. It's almost done, but I just had to tell you, the reaction to my short form content of this project so far has been nothing short of what the f It keeps growing and growing, but as of now on Instagram, TikTok, everywhere on social media, it has a combined 17 million views. I've
Oh
also had
my
interviews with
God.
ABC7 Los Angeles, People Magazine, Business Insider, The Today Show. It's going to be on the Drew Barrymore Show.
What the fuck? Why are there so many news outlets that are interested in this?
Fox 31 Denver. It's been everywhere. The reaction's crazy. I went to all 50 capitals in 30 days, and this is the video that does well. I never would have thought in a million years. Anyways, I just wanted to say I'm so grateful for the reaction to this video, and I hope everybody
This is what the people in NA are interested in. God damn. All right, I'll give you guys a link to this. Holy fuck. That's crazy. The challenge that changed this Japanese man's life forever. Fast food for 512 days? Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, check that in nuclear reactor. Help Foss and Hellbrell? Is he still trying to find people for Hellbrell? I imagine that by now he probably found people. Is it that same group as last time? I don't think I would watch cable TV anymore, but honestly, having the... Okay. One thing that TVs have gotten really good at is the picture quality on them is pretty insane, especially at the size that most TVs can come at nowadays. But like the stuff that I want to watch on TV, you're not going to really find it on cable TV. So interestingly, the Fire Stick has been a pretty useful purchase overall to watch stuff like Hulu or Crunchyroll or whatever on TV. Can you ask about Lost right now? Yeah, go for it. What you want to know? What do you think about Dominion Mayhem Zerg? I don't think running a high CDR Zerg build is very lucrative due to the long animation locks. You'd have to run heavy Swift to even maintain Dominion. And you'd probably run out of mana. That's also true. So Shorebreaker's your favorite class at the moment? No, if we're talking about my favorite class to play, it's probably Pistolier Deadeye. But I do enjoy playing my Shorebreaker a lot. It's very good for ADHD playstyle. These days, I find Pistolier to be kind of weird because for all intents and purposes, it feels like Pistolier shouldn't be able to perform well because of its low ceiling, and yet it always seems to perform pretty well, or surprisingly well, which is a mystery. That class and build has no right doing like really good damage, and yet it does seem to always do pretty good damage. Can you add ADHD? Is it a cat emote? It's an XQC emote. It's also not loading. What the fuck is this? What is this emote? Would you get banned if you'd use a left click macro for Ashura? No. Do you have any advice if I want to start a second roster? Is there a better way than to do knowledge transfer 5 times? I've never ran a second roster, so I wouldn't really know how people normally go about doing that. What bracelet am I running for Pistolier? Spec Swift with Legendary Precise. Is Pistolier and Wind Fury around the same damage and easy to play? They're pretty similar damage-wise, yes. I'd say the Pistolier is probably even a little bit easier, but they're both very easy. Which card set do you use for Guardian raids? LOS except for positional classes. Positional classes use the 23% damage setup for back attack and head attack. Ah, Keen Blunt book. Is this worth anything? Oh, nice. Gold. Did you know that in Korean this isn't Keen Blunt weapon, it's Sharp Blunt? I almost have enough boxes where this is just straight up a level 10 gem. I think I need 200 more of these boxes, and then that's just straight up a level 10. And I almost have a level 10 here, so I've almost farmed up 2 level 10 gems in the past like 2 months, which is pretty good. But I've been doing way more cubes than usual. Some legendary leaps in my storage. What damage increase would you say? 101 spec, 83 crit, assail, 10 hammer, 10 bracelet would be? I have different results on different calculators. That sounds... I mean, it depends on the class, but that sounds like 11-ish%. 10 hammer, 10 bracelet, that's like 7% right there, like 3.5% each. 101 spec, 83 crit. That's probably around 4.5-5% right there. Depends on the class though. I'm a Korean player, and a few days ago, suddenly I felt like I wanted to experience on Steam version of Lost Ark, so I want to ask you about how you use VPN to play on Korean server. Did you use VPN only when you download and install KR Lost Ark? 1, 2, do you use VPN every time you log in, turn off? 3, do you use a VPN whole time while you were playing? 3. Will you cut the farmed elixir someday? Yes, but I don't like cutting elixirs anymore. I like cutting elixirs when making 40 set. I hate cutting elixirs beyond that. It's pretty annoying. I think I wouldn't mind cutting elixirs if there wasn't RNG in the pool of stats. And fishing for the thing that you want is a pain. Time to do the berserker thing. Hellblade. Boom! Popcorn on the enemies everywhere. Fucking Hellblade. Hellblade. Boom! Oh wait, no, they died.
Another boring subscriber to another boring streamer. Happy 14 months. Thanks for the content. Hope
Well,
you're keeping well.
Quote, thank you for the 14 months. Boom! They die. I feel bad using Hellblade and watching all the enemies scatter like that. At least they're dying in one shot, though, and not scattering. I will say, though, Quoth, your goddamn clip of me saying that Zeal's RMTs caused so much drama for him. And I didn't even say that with the intent of disparaging him. You know, it was gonna. I didn't, because I've actually talked about this stuff before. But the problem is, because Zeals is in like so much drama these days, people are actively looking for reasons to like shit on him for it. This is stuff I've talked about before. Peer-to-peer RMT is quite common, no? Yes, that's the point. Even if he RMTs, nobody considers it a problem in, like, Korea, for example. Look, all I'm saying is, chat, like, yes, the whole do work thing is fucking weird. I still think that many things about Zeals is a bit weird, but that is not something that I would consider weird. How many cubes are you running? I don't know. But cubes are actually rather beneficial, and so I figured I might as well do some cubes today while I have a chance, because this upcoming week is hell. I had to do all of my raids quickly before March 22nd. And then I had to Omega Marathon Dragon's Dogma 2 and beat it before the 27th. Because that's when Behemoth comes out. It's a very, very, very busy next couple of weeks. I mean, ideally, I finish Dragon's Dogma before like the 25th, because that's when Canon gets here. And I would actually feel very guilty if I was locked up in my room playing Dragon's Dogma while we had guests over. Bring out the monkey? Oh, just have Frank there be my stand-in for all in-person events. I know, but Cannon is a friend and he's gonna be here, and I mean that's that. It's already booked, so I should be a good friend and try and make time while he's in the area. I try to be a better friend now because I think I was quite bad when I was living in Korea and I refused to go outside. And I still feel pretty guilty about those times not going out to spend time with people. Are you gonna golf? I am willing to play you guys in putt-putt. But if we're talking about like a real golfing course, I'm gonna have to take a hard pass. I'll verse you guys in mini golf, and that's where I draw the line, I think. What's up, Abetis? Golfing sounds fun, but to be honest, my experience, or the limit of my experience with golf, is Wii golfing. Back when Nintendo Wii Sports was actually, like, popular. I don't know if you guys have a Dick's Sporting Goods near you, but sometimes in their golf section where they sell golf equipment, they have like a little putt-putt area where you could try out the putters. Golfing even a sport? Yeah, of course. Not one that I partake in, but certainly. If I could go back in time, right? I think the one sport that I wish that I did the most more than any other is swimming. Obviously, I could swim now, especially recreationally, but if there was one thing that I could earnestly train in, I would want it to be swimming. I hated swimming. Well, I hated swimming because it was difficult, but I feel like that is a sport where I don't know. It's just an insane amount of physical discipline. Tennis is cool, but I was never any good at tennis. Yeah, swimming's a full body workout. How about badminton? Oh, I love badminton. Badminton's fun. Disc golf, isn't that where you have the frisbee and you throw it and you have to, and there's like a funnel thing on a pole that you have to throw it into? I quit swimming when my coach told me to eat better. Well, don't you? I mean, I would imagine that if you're into swimming, you gotta eat a fuck ton, dude. That's a workout and a half, I imagine. On Europe, usually you get a free power pass, don't you? The actual pass. Push is 1630. Memo would have followed you back to your house if you met him. Memo strikes me as the type of person that wouldn't act the same way in real life as he does on stream, though. Unless you're like really good friends with him, he strikes me as the type who would be peepo shy IRL. People said he does, though? Oh, I mean, then I stand corrected. Why do you have fish and relics in your storage there? I don't know. What class would people recommend if they enjoy high mobility, speedy playstyle? Breaker. Reaper. Scrapper. I don't know, there's a lot of classes that fall into that category, to be honest. Go shout out EO Soulfist. No. Even though I think Soulfist is a really powerful class, it's not without some of the biggest quirks among the classes. It definitely falls in the category of classes that you shouldn't make unless you know what you're getting yourself into. Like AT Scouter. Oh man, I love the Popcorn Hellblade. Pop. What's your favorite Hitmaster class? My favorite non-positional class is Pistolier. Cosplay a popcorn maker. I can't help it, dude. At least when I'm in state, my Hellblade usually kills. That's what's wrong with AT Scouter. Well, a lot of people who go into AT Scouter end up not liking it if they have to play around mobile shot. Like, part of standard AT is mobile shot management, and some people fucking hate that. For RC efficiency. Mobile shot as a skill is great, but I'm talking about people just not enjoying playing around it. Popcorn. Later, Yun. What does mobile shot do? It gives you the movement speed you need for your RC efficiency if you're playing standard. I went full swiftness on Hunger Reaper. Would that be considered grief? I don't play Reaper. I don't know anything about it. But you can play 1375, 1050 swiftness, hollow, AT Scouter. You're good. There is a little bit of damage loss for doing that, but it does remove mobile shot from the equation altogether. true brain dead gameplay is underrated. Being able to absolutely and entirely not have to think about your gameplay is an underrated thing. I really think that Stoops is considering not playing sharpshooter for Thameline now. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, and I was like, yeah, no problem. You can raise your soul leader. It'll just cost you a cool $2,500 to push it to where your sharpshooter is. No problem. Just 2.5. It's cost you $2,500, and then two months time from now, when low on summer happens, and they announce some pirate class, you're just gonna forget about your characters and be like, "Oh, I should have waited for this." Yarr. It is true that people want to see the newest class, though. It absolutely is true. It's good for viewership in general. Like I'm willing to bet you that a certain number of you guys are tuned in now, expecting Breaker gameplay. Where Breaker, stare. Show Breaker now, stare. Expecting to go back to your Arcana. I wasn't even good at Arcana, though. I put in like no time at all to actually practice it and get decent at it. The reason I made Arcana was because RS7 chose that class for me to make. Because RS7... by the way, if you're wondering what happened to him, he is just busy with IRL ever since he got married. He donated $5,000 towards an Esther weapon. He was like, make an Esther weapon. And I was like, holy shit, I don't want to make an Esther weapon. So then I asked him to choose a class for me to raise instead, and he chose Arcana, and that's why I made the Arcana in the first place. You had Arcana since launch? Not quite, no. I played Arcana as the very first character that I made because if you're French, you might know of this game called Dofus. They had a class called the Ecoflip, and it was the Gambler class. It had a chance of doing certain amounts of damage, and I played that class a lot. That was my favorite class, and that's why I made an Arcana when that game first came out, or when Lost Ark first came out. It's because like the whole gambler class in a video game is just so rare as a concept. How far would 5K bring you on a fresh account today? I think it depends on if you're planning on like funding it with like high level gems, because the gems alone can take a lot. If you're just like honing it and that's it, you can get pretty far now. Way further than 1620, that's for sure. If you're not pursuing a 25 weapon, Like, that shit will probably get you to 1640 with advanced toning. But if you have to buy gems as well, I mean, gems ain't cheap. The current price of gems is like, I don't know. Gems right now, you're looking at like $400 per level 10. Right now, a level 10 gem in Korea is like 460,000 gold. Yeah, I can double check, but I'm pretty sure it should be around 460 right now. Uh, 460. Yeah. Almost on the dot. 459, 999. I wonder if this is the same guy. All three of these got listed at the same time for 459. Someone's selling off their gems. Probably GS. If it was GS, there'd be 4 more. Unless they're keeping some of them for another class. Chat, I'm about to popcorn. Are you ready for this? Huh! Bah! I'm a rascal. Dude, Dark Cloud 2? Okay, I don't want to insult you if you're a fan of Dark Cloud, but I just want you to know that Dark Cloud and Dark Cloud 2 is a game that had a whole shelf in Blockbuster that nobody was renting. Okay, nobody wanted that game. I remember I would go to Blockbuster and literally all the copies of Dark Cloud would be available. I'm telling you, it's not meant to be an insult because I don't know anything about that game. I'm just saying that, like, I would go to rent a game and, oh, the game that I want to rent, not available, but there's Dark Cloud and a whole shelf of it that nobody wants. Looking back, I feel really bad for my parents, though. Because I would always ask to go to Blockbuster, but I would always take like an hour to figure out what I would rent. My parents would drop me off at Blockbuster and then go run errands for an hour and then pick me up from Blockbuster an hour later. And I'd be none the wiser. It was a free daycare. But you put it like that, yeah, it's pretty accurate. Yes, I always ask an employee if I could check the games that they had not put back up yet from the returns. Oh shit! I never thought about doing that. Asking the Blockbuster employees if you could check out the games that were being returned that they didn't put back on their shelf yet. It's kind of big brain. Oh yeah, I looked at it at the beginning of today's stream quote. Yeah, I've never thought about doing that. Kind of ingenious. There were 2 games in my life that I was always extremely jealous that my friends had before me. They were Gears of War and Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero is the #1 game that I was envious that my friends had, but I didn't have. Later on, though, one of my friends ended up getting Rock Band, and we would all just play Rock Band at his house. He would do vocals, I would do guitar, my friend Eddie would be on bass, my friend Tasso would be on drums. Gears of War chainsawing an enemy never got old. Gears of War is the only FPS game that I would also consider a horror game at the same time. It sounds crazy, but it's because whenever you get headshot in Gears of War, it was a fucking jump scare. If you got headshot or chainsawed, it was basically a jump scare. Just so suddenly your head just goes pop with a loud cracking noise. Yeah, the Hammer of Dawn was such a sick weapon. That is true. Calling down an orbital laser cannon. I loved that, and I loved the torque bow concept. Oh, shit. Oh. Well, it's a lucky room. Lucky room is lucky room. Still useful, especially on this Berserker. Yeah, today was a pretty good day for luck. I've gotten a lot of bonus room. One was a mega lucky room, and quite a lot of Fate Embers today too. Solid day. It's better for Shadowhunter? I don't know. I don't play that class. All my Fate Embers was happiness cards. Oh, all I got was silver. I mean, it's not like I got some sicko crazy gold from it. But I like silver, so... Why are you farming so many cubes again? Because I have time. I won't have time to farm cubes. I'm trying to do cubes when I can because the mats that come from it are actually very beneficial to me for advanced toning. Throughout the week, I normally don't have time, especially if I'm trying to make time for a variety of games. And next week especially, I'm going to have very little time between the raids and Dragon's Dogma 2. While I have a moment, I'm trying to knock out some cubes. Most of my cubes are done on all of my characters, but there's 2 characters that I have a lot of cubes on. This Berserker is one of them, who has around 70 or 80 tickets. And then I have like 80 unbound tickets still, which I could use on anyone. At this point, I shouldn't use it on my Breaker, though, because my Breaker is already max item level. Unfortunately, a lot of the tickets on my Berserker, though, are stage 4 tickets from the exchange. Back when we had the cube update. I could put some SCP video up or something. I'm not sure if Outdoor Boys has any new videos. How many cubes have you done so far? Not that many. Less than 10, I think. Or probably around 10 today. My Berserker's still really good on mats. You see, he still has 6 million shards. He's still chilling pretty hard. I've used up most of his bound mats, though, at this point, so... during the first advanced honing spree, so it's not much beyond the shards, but... exclamation point Behemoth, Winsters. How many do you plan on doing? Until I get bored, I guess. Oh, sweet. Nice. That's useful. What do cubes give again? Leapstones, solars, gems, and a little bit of silver. Yeah, I agree. Room 1 is definitely the best one to get a lucky room on. That one takes the most time. So it plays Arcana now? Masada's always had an Arcana. I was DB main. I think originally he was DB main, but he's had a Arcana for a very long time now. Oh, he recently switched to Empress Arcana. No, 1610 is still the highest. Zola had Emperor though. His words, not mine. Maybe he still has his Emperor setup, but you mentioned he switched to Empress. That it's a star card change? Probably. I mean, the star card chain's pretty insane for Empress. And even for people who play Evoke Empress, it was a pretty big deal with the Evoke change. The Evoke change is kind of ridiculous in a good way. I mean, it literally detonates 50% faster. I didn't watch Blue Eyed Samurai, no. No, that does remind me that I need to catch up on the latest episode of Ninja Kamui. With Super Makoko coming up, I'm not sure what's best to use it on. My main is a Paladin at 1600, and I'm an artillerist and artist at 1520. I wanted to know if my use it on my artillery since I enjoyed it a lot, but I don't know if it's a smart, especially since my roster is still new. Sure, why not? Use it on your artillerist. How else are you going to raise that artillerist? If the materials benefit you, then I see no harm in using it on something that you think you'll enjoy. Is there anyone on Discord sheet with who you're doing Behemoth? Yes, exclamation point Behemoth. See. Do the Q bosses change with each new run? It's just random. I'm pretty sure you can get the same bosses back to back. Pretty sure I've gotten the tower bosses back to back before. I think it could account for each person in the group doing something different that you're matchmaking into. I'm still planning on making my Dragon's Dogma party later, but it's all good. Probably be live for a decently long amount of time today. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing those patch notes as well. We can look at them together when they're up. Just planning on doing some IRL shit. Probably a couple hours. I can keep myself doing this for a little while. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're planning on doing that because the patch that nerfed Breaker and the most recent balance patch are two different balance patches. I wouldn't be surprised if they had if you received the nerfed version right out the gate so that they don't have to nerf it later. Like if it comes pre-nerfed, then they won't have a patch notes later on that nerfs it. Hey, Taser. That was the same patch that nerfed Blade. Don't trust Henry. Henry is just trying to sap your luck so he can drop more Esther stones. He's a luck vampire. In your opinion, which Assure build is better for Hellbrow? The 2 blue or 1 blue? I don't think it really matters. I think the 2 blue one is going to be more overall damage though. By a couple percent. $54 boxes. Summon patch notes. I guess Korea's patch today will probably be a nothing burger then, since next week is Behemoth. Unless there's a pre-quest for Behemoth. Couldn't really imagine a pre-quest for Behemoth though, just because he's such a minor character. This is my last character that has a lot of tickets. This character has 70 or so tickets. Yeah, these are tickets that I haven't done for the past like 2 years. Pretty much added up. Many of which were converted from the old tickets. Why is he getting a raid then? Because he's more powerful than a Guardian, but not as powerful as Varkon. 2 years since 16 plus? No, I've had many tickets before that point that were converted. And they're not 1610 tickets, they're 1580 tickets mostly. But they are tickets that were as low as 13. Or they were the low tickets that got converted into higher tickets during the Cube overhaul. Here, you can also buy Cube tickets now. Yeah, but I'm not keen on really doing that anymore just because you don't really need that many of them to hit level 60 on day 1 on a new class. What class is that with the scythe? Soul Eater. How many do you need to hit 60? Usually with what contents... Oh, nice. Usually I end up using like 40 to 50 tickets, and then I don't do any MSQ stuff. Just potions and cube. Thought 1600 would be possible week 1. You can get to 1600 on week 1. That's certainly possible. 1620 week 1 is very, very difficult though. Very, very expensive. It's just not worth doing that at all. But 1600 week 1, very reasonable. Getting 4 pieces of a con week 1 requires you to do hard. And that means getting to 1600 without a con pieces, which is really not worth it. You still enjoy your scatter? I do. It's very comfortable to play. I rushed 1620 on week 1 for 2 reasons. One, I thought I would need more time to make 40 set elixir, but I made it in the first week after 17 elixirs. And 2, it was for the novelty and for the fun of being top item level breaker for all of like 2 or 3 days. The monkey in the background? There's no monkey. And if you'll get level 1 characters 16 a day, MSQ mainly. You're either doing a lot of MSQ or if you're doing a lot of saved up cube tickets if you have cubes from the shop. I mean, MSQ is a pretty insane amount of EXP. Especially now, because as time goes on and they add more MSQs, it's just more and more EXP. But doing the MSQ takes so long. MSQ sucks so bad. Yeah, but there's no denying that you get a lot of stuff for doing it. If it's not EXP, it's materials. MSQ rewards are pretty good these days of like what you get for the time you put in. Especially the more recent stuff. Like Voldus MSQ is pretty good reward-wise, and Curzon MSQ is insane on how much stuff it gives you. You parent leave on 17 for the same reason? Hey, you're a new parent? Does Rowan give good stuff too? Not really. Rowan has some card stuff. Do we get any MSQ with Thaymine? No. Well, you get a quest, but it's not that long. The Thaymine quest is pretty cool though, because it changes Lutera Castle. Have you seen Lutera Castle in the Korean version? Thaymine's prequest is what leads to it. In general, Thaymine's prequest is pretty cool. The cutscenes in it are really neat. Yeah, it's still that way now here. I actually really like that they did this a lot, but unfortunately it's in a town that no one really hangs out in that much. And also only affects one map of the entire continent, which is kind of eh. But it looks really cool. Actually, there's more people here than I thought there would. Yeah, it looks cool, right? To this day, I still find it almost silly that Lost Ark has a skybox when you never really look up outside of the photo mode. But the skybox in Lost Ark actually looks pretty good. Yeah, the only thing that's silly about this is even though Lutera is different, like you can go like one map over, right? You could just like literally just one map over. And like there's no red tint anymore. Oh, a nice pleasant day we got here. Nice beautiful sunset, I might add. No world-ending apocalypse around the corner. Yeah, I would have liked if they added that skybox to this entire continent. That'd be great if they did that. Can't confuse new players with a random red sky. Oh, you only see it after finishing the quest, yeah. So like if you're a Makoko player, you won't see this red sky. They just see normal Lutera Castle. Yes, Tencent will change it to the yellow sky. No red. The yellow moon. Why? You're not allowed. They have to be very careful with how they use the color red in the Chinese version of the game because the red is the color of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, and so it can't be depicted in a negative light. Especially anything related to conflict or blood or anything like that. So a lot of things in the Chinese version of the game are recolored. For example, this bar in the Chinese version of the game is not red, it's yellow. Like when I fill this bar in the Chinese version, this entire UI is yellow instead of red. The red dust is also a completely different color too. Some things are still red, like health bars and stuff, but many abilities and proper nouns and places have had their colors changed. Yeah, the red dust skill is purple in the Chinese version. Oh yeah, they'll probably have to censor the ever-living shit out of Echidna in China. Because I think Vicus in China wears a full-body suit, doesn't she? What is your main now? I am a proud Bard main. I am helping the support shortage and doing my part in making Arcacia a better place. You're welcome. I'm doing my part. Are any of you guys still playing Helldivers, by the way, chat? Still playing it? Nah, I stopped. No, here and there. Always for Democracy. I just started today. Yep. Fuck, I still want to play it, but I'm afraid that by the time I get to playing it again, it'll be too late. Dude, do you know what I just found out the other day? Terraria YouTube kind of pops off. there's still so many Terraria content creators that are regularly updating, and their videos get a lot of views, like hundreds of thousands of views. The Terraria YouTube scene is still fucking massive even today. Maybe it's a Terraria pivot, chat. Maybe I just quit being a Lost Ark main and switch over to Terraria. That's true, and I'm too lazy to video edit. I guess it's not meant to be. Yeah, if you search Terraria, you'll find people doing stuff like my 1-year journey in Terraria. Dude, I want to do that so bad. I want a Terraria world where I'm regularly playing it for a year and just building shit in it. Factorio Satisfactory 1-year journey would be pretty good. I don't like Factorio though. Or it's not that I don't like it, but to me it just seems really pointless when Satisfactory seems a lot more interesting. Not to put down Factorio, but I guess from someone who doesn't like play those types of games a lot, production type games, Satisfactory just seems a lot more appealing. I recently saw a news article though about how a huge 400-person Factorio server made a factory that was producing 1 million science points per minute, which was pretty insane. For reference, the amount of science points per minute you usually have when you finish the game is about 30. That's kind of crazy thinking that they're generating 1 million per minute. They just had update 8 not that long ago, and update 8 added a whole load of stuff to it. But yeah, it's still in early access, so I'm kind of tentatively keeping my eye on it. Oh, you're playing DFO again? I almost logged back into Dofus yesterday. That's their aim now, full release. That's cool. I'd be down to play their full release again. When is the Bloodborne playthrough? After April, or sometime in April probably, because we got Dragon's Dogma and then Behemoth, and then sometime in April we'll probably do the Bloodborne playthrough. I think there's a pretty high chance that Bloodborne will be our next long-term game after Dragon's Dogma, and that'll lead into our Elden Ring playthrough. Did you try Dark Souls 3? Yeah, but I actually didn't finish Dark Souls 3. I got ahead of myself, and then when I was doing the Dark Souls 3 playthrough, we were doing SL1. I got really cocky because we did Dark Souls 2 on Covenant of Champions, and I was like, oh, okay, I could probably do SL1. And I got stuck on Dancer for like 4 hours before I killed her, which was awful. You tried SL1 on your first playthrough? Yeah, it was like a content idea. A blind playthrough of SL. Hey, sweet. Gimme. Delicious silver. This is the 100th bonus room I've seen you get today. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I do have very good fond memories of my Dark Souls 2 playthrough though, because I played it in Covenant of Champions without knowing what Covenant of Champions was until after the game was over, which was pretty fun. But there was one section that I couldn't pass in Dark Souls 2 that I ended up skipping. It was a DLC area where you had to walk through this big snow area, and these reindeers would pop up out of nowhere and fucking ram your ass down. And you had to walk past this huge snow area and then fight these two wolves at the same time. And I just couldn't pass it, so I ended up skipping it in the end. I'm sorry, reindeer. But you and your gang butt fucked me, and I was not prepared. So I left that boss unkilled.
It was just two lovers sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super childish. No draw, no glover. Missed call from my mother. Like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone.
Dude, did you guys see the Dark Souls, I think it was Dark Souls 3 Arch Thrones mod? Apparently there's like a giga mod called Arch Thrones that adds a shit ton of content into the game. And it looks like really high quality too. They have like a demo of the mod up already. It mixes all Souls games into one. Yeah, that sounds so sick. I'd be pretty down to play that later on when it's a bit more polished. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of excited to do a Bloodborne playthrough, though. Everyone talks about how Bloodborne is basically the best Souls-like game from Software, so... And it's one that I never got to play because obviously it's not on PC. So, that'll be pretty exciting. I played Dragon's Dogma. We did a playthrough of Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. I did the full playthrough. It was around 50 hours. And I finished the playthrough including DLC as a Magic Archer, which I'm planning on playing again. Yeah, it's a rock cover of Golden Hour. Is it fun? Dragon's Dogma, the original one, was ahead of its time, but it has a lot of archaic systems that a lot of people might not like. And again, I'm pretty sure that many of these philosophies were carried on over to the sequel. No, the ban was Our Last Night. Yeah, there's no fast travel in Dragon's Dogma because the director feels like it takes away from the immersive experience. But even the first game had a decent amount of backtracking, even without fast travel. Probably rekindles my enjoyment though, because the first Dragon's Dogma was really excellent in my view. I had a lot of fun with that game. I'm back to Osu grinding PP after 8 years. I would consider myself an Osu expert after all this Echidna and Famine. Personally. I only know 1200 PP plays. All I know, really. What made Magic Archer fun when you played it, in your opinion? I don't know. I think just the concept was so fucking cool. Magic arrows that ricochet everywhere. It was great. Popcorn. Are you gonna push for a quick Elden Ring run and explore a lot? Because that will dramatically change your playtime. I think I'll take my time with it. When I play games, they're not 100% playthroughs, but they're also not quick playthroughs either. Usually I end up taking my time. Like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was an 87-hour playthrough, but if you rush the story, you could do it in like way less time. But it's like kind of a problem too, because depending on the game, it can sometimes have an adverse effect for me. Because I'm really weird. If there's side content to do, I like to do it. Like I naturally like to do it. But then if there's too much, I like to do it, but I get kind of tired of it. That's exactly what happened to me during The Witcher. And even a little bit during Cyberpunk a touch. Yeah, even in Final Fantasy VII, it started getting a bit overbearing towards the end. Is FF7 done? Yeah, I finished that game. I might go back and do like the Gilgamesh stuff, but probably not soon. I know, right? And like a sane person would be like, oh, if you get bored of the side content, just don't do it. But for some reason, it just being there makes me want to do it. It's so weird. It's hard to describe. Especially if the side content is well written. That poses like an even bigger problem. Because now it feels like a chore to do it, but at the same time, like, it's kind of enjoyable. It's awful, that mindset that I have. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you guys this, but if you were enjoying Stoops' Elden Ring playthrough, I've got some bad news bears for you. It's probably over. It's most likely never continuing ever again. I'm sorry. I don't think he's ever opening that game ever again. Why? Because it's been over a week since he's last played it, and now Breaker is coming out and a load of stuff related to sponsors and Canon's visit. By the time he even thinks about that game again, over a month will have passed. He's not continuing that game. Like, it takes me a monumental amount of effort to go back to a game I left unfinished. But for him, it ain't happening at all. There's no way. Is he fair and late game and wanted to pick him up? I mean, in general, Berserker is just kind of quirky because of the red dust thing. But he's not difficult to play. He has a pretty set in stone rotation for the most part. The difficult part about Berserker is just finding the 8-second damage windows to red dust on in raid, which can sometimes be a bit challenging. Because you have to sometimes make some impromptu decision making if you want to push Bloody Rush up in your rotation or not, or if you can use it at the end for easier syncing. For that reason, there's probably some merit in using the Bloody Rush gem just in case you run into issues like that, but yeah, it's easy to not like Berserker because of that, but I don't mind it too much. Especially because, you know, this build of Berserker in particular is non-positional. It's pretty flexible to play for the most part. If you play in Dark Souls, did you tend to use strength or dex weapons? Dexterity, of course. I feel like you really need to know what the fuck you're doing to play strength-based weapons because of how slow they are. Well, the problem with setting Bloody Rush at the beginning of your rotation as a Berserker is if you use Bloody Rush first, then on the second rotation, you won't have Bloody Rush available. And at that point, you kind of have to like wait a couple of seconds for your finish strike to match up and cool down. The way that a lot of people play the BT Zerker in general is they'll run a cooldown gem on Bloody Rush and then they'll use Bloody Rush off cooldown, essentially. And if it won't align with Red Dust, they just align it with Mountain Crash and then they just do their normal rotation with Red Dust. And then in like an ideal situation, you get 4 Bloody Rushes out of that in a single identity period. I don't play it that way, but it feels awkward. It's not too awkward. It's okay. Because the standard rotation is really straightforward on Berserker. You're losing attack power on your highest damage skill? No. Yes, but you are gaining an extra cast of it, which actually has higher value than that. Basically, the decision is 3 bloody rushes with red dust, or 2 bloody rushes with red dust and 2 bloody rushes without red dust. And the latter actually ends up being more damage. Oh, Mayhem Zerker, just smash that brush button on cooldown. Well, Mayhem Zerker also has its quirks as well. Oh, Kendo, thank you for the raid. Hello. Long time no see. Oh my god, my Pookie. Oh, I make lobby XTD. I don't think he realized that I told him to make the lobby. Oh man. 5 runs. Actually, I don't know how many. I think I've already done like fucking 20 runs today or something like that. Oh, what the fuck? Time to popcorn his mobs. Actually, 50 of them are the 1580 cubes, though. I actually don't have that many cubes left for this one. But if he's only doing 5, then I've got enough. Should be okay. This is great, though. I think I'll have a shit ton of stuff for honing my Berserker next week. Berserker definitely has its moments where I get annoyed with him, but honestly, I still enjoy playing the Berserker a lot. I'm not really sure what I enjoy more between Berserker gameplay and Slayer gameplay, but Berserker definitely has some pretty satisfying moments. It's kind of like Punisher Slayer, except your state lasts for fucking a minute and a half. Yeah, I know. I kind of regret holding on to tickets for this long, but I guess it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. Who am I dropping next class release? I don't fucking know, because I like all of my current characters a lot. I don't really want to drop my Striker or my Berserker or my Aeromancer. And all the others are definitely a no drop. And I don't really want to expand the number of characters that I'm playing to 8 either. Now I have to keep my Bard. That way I can keep saying that I'm a Bard main. How do you treat back attacks on Berserker? I think generally speaking, you should always get in the habit of slowly positioning towards where you need to be. And not positioning only when you absolutely have to position. Like, you can see it a lot with my Sorceress gameplay, that I'm always kind of just like cast, move, cast, move, cast, move, cast, move. That kind of thing. And so with like Berserker, you should try and naturally move your way, like make your way to the boss's back without it being an inconvenience. What happens if I stop getting lucky rooms because I'm doing cubes with like Alia now, though? I was kind of on a tear with lucky rooms. He brings back the blue rooms, the survival rooms. That's something that probably nobody misses. Can we skip Showtime and Kakul? You can, if you're able to one-shot the boss from 91 lines. It's possible. Jakari, thank you for gifting a sub to Kyonder. What character can do that? Well, nowadays a lot of characters can do that. Definitely more than what it used to be. It used to be a case that only like Sorceress and a few other classes could do it. Like Soul Fist. But Because the thing about the Showtime skip is it has to register in one instance of damage. Sorceress is able to oh fuck. Wait, can Sorceress... Is it harder for Sorceress to do that now because of the Doomsday change? I didn't even think about that. I think it would be a lot harder for your explosion to line up. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe if you go immediately Doomsday, immediately into Explosion, like right away, it would actually register on the same instance. Oh, I take it back. He's not unlucky. All good. Ignite before DD? Yeah, for sure. I think it's still possible to get the timing for it. I think it would still work. It might even be easier now, since now there's probably no weight involved. Breaker could probably do it. Not sure though. Kingfist could do it. The funny entropy Kingfist build could do it. Regular Kingfist can do it with domination in its build. Mario 1 skip. Showtime skip a lot of classes can do. Mario 1 skip, you have to be able to do like, what is it, like 1.3 or 1.4 billion? Something around those along those lines. Oh, is it 1.7? If it's 1.7, it's quite hard. I wonder if you could with a stagger build, though. Get a stagger in with before the first Mario. I don't know. I haven't been in Clown in a really long time. Been a long ass time. I do miss doing Clown a lot though. That was kind of a good time. That was a good raid. Did you make your DD2 a team already? No, not yet. Still plan on doing that later. Wow. What do we have to fight the clown again? Maybe we would, but I don't think he's going to be relevant to the game's story for a long time. Because Clown's kind of relevant to the game's story beyond Kazuros, so I don't think he will pop his head in for a little while. Or be that relevant to what's going on for a little while. Same thing with like Thamine. Like I don't really expect Thamine to do anything of import for some time now. Until like after the events of Kazuros. What about Brel? I don't know. I don't really know what their plans with Brel are. Like if she is just the stalwart last commander really under Kazuros, or if she's like just using him or something like that. I don't know if they would make Thamine into an ally. I think Thamine would be as much of an ally as like Kakul would be an ally. Like at best, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like at best. Oh, nice. Gold. I mean, silver. Well, gold room, but silver reward. I like me some silver. Cool sidereal skills. I am really curious though if Kakul is actually the demon or if the demon is the staff. A lot of clues and evidence that lead you to believe that Kakul himself is not the demon in charge. Stare? What are you staring at, shell gamer? Now stare back. Stare. Yeah, ATK is joining. Because, I mean, sorry, Sila's joining. Sila just finished his military service. Or it's not over, but he has leave until the day that it's over in April. I was actually very surprised though that Sila's Arcana was 1646. I was like, where the fuck did you find time to actually raise this character? I'm convinced that Sila did fuck all while he was in the military, by the way. But the amount of time that he was playing Lost Ark and TFT. Yeah, that's what he told me. He told me when he was in the barracks, he would just be playing TFT on his phone. That's what he was doing the whole time. Morning, Roman. Wants a male artist to be transferred to class that can have a skin where it transforms into like a cool clown on a unicycle. What? What the fuck? What is this idea? The idea of a jester class was introduced into this other game called Tree of Savior. And their like main weapon were throwing knives. Like a kukri. Tree of Savior was trash. Yes, but it had a lot of really inventive class ideas. That game had cool class ideas, good art, and good music. And terrible content and gameplay loop. Is there a defense penalty for one of your armor pieces not being at item level 5th aim mine? Who spreads this stuff? You're the second person to ask that today. It feels like people are just regurgitating something that I said, but like through a game of telephone. That's not how the defense gate works. The defense gate doesn't kick in because one of your pieces is underhoned. Still sitting on cube runnings. I have infinite cubes. How does it work? It's a logarithmic function depending on your physical and magical defense, where the further you stray from the designated value of the content, the more damage you take. You don't magically take a shit ton more damage just because a singular piece is underneath some enhancement value. That is too complicated. Can you explain in Fortnite terms? Yes. As the bullet travels, there's a damage drop-off. For real, for real. Wait, does Fortnite have damage drop-off based on bullet distance? Okay, on God. There's your explanation. Is that 5 runs? Give me a second. Wait.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
You know, I could have opened up more tickets. I'm just saying. I guess I burned all the 5s. Thank you. I'm off to do 58 more 1580 runs. Easy. I have infinite cubes. Do you like Breaker? As a friend. I think this is really close to a level 10. I think I'm off by, what is it, like 100? Close. Oh, 160 more? Fuck, I'm close. I'll open them in December. Wait. What if by December something happens that makes them worthless? Open before summer low on. Maybe that's the play. Open them before summer low on, just in case. I don't think they're gonna change anything in summer though. I think it's too early still for anything like that. Winter at the earliest, I would imagine. Yeah, you never really know. Why am I running so many cubes? Cube gives a lot of really useful materials for honing, namely solars and leaps, and it's rather beneficial to do them, and I have so many that I've been sitting on. I am also spamming my cubes in solidarity. Arlong, you fuck! I saw that Reddit thread you made about the Zeal's RMTing thing. You fuck! Why are you trying to light a fire, huh? It was his friend? Baldy? This instigator, this dude. I was waking up and not knowing which person who I came in with their raid. Oh, did you come from Kiandere's channel? I'm an old friend of hers from quite a long time ago. But I'm not always on a camera. 58 cube tickets? Yeah. Yeah. How much character EXP do you get from Cube? From a 1610, you usually get around like 7 million, I want to say, EXP per run. Something like that. I know cubes are boring. Cubes are only tolerable because I'm streaming at the same time. Like having people to talk to while doing it. Why don't you dispatch them? Because I keep forgetting to do that. Well, after this, I probably won't have time to hit up cubes for the rest of the month, so this will be good for honing the Berserker in this upcoming week, I guess. Productive. I want to sacrifice one of my characters as progression, though, for the Echidna emotes, but I don't know. I guess at this point, there's no point in me doing that. Because in a week's time from now, I can just use my Breaker to buy the Echidna emotes. which is probably better since my breaker's already done with advanced honing. I have somewhere around 5k leaps. How close with full juice can I get 25 icon weapon from 20? Are both trains leaving the station at the same time? Juice Kofun? She's so underrated. Bro, she has a 1665 weapon. What do you mean? It's not like I'm neglecting her. Her weapon's literally 5 item levels off from max. Why not 1670? Because white and gold looks better than pure gold as a glow. I'll leave my sorceress at 1669. How about that? I won't max her out. I'll leave her at 1669. And maybe I'll put my scouter at the demon level, 1666.66. I think I have to do one more regular hone on him for that to work, though. Won't Behemoth increase your item level further? No, Transcendence doesn't increase your item level. I hate this last room the most. The 7 swords of Changhun. Oh my god, there's still 2 of them. Ocean Man. I mean, honestly, we're making pretty good progress. This is literally my last character that has a shit ton of cube tickets. Like, after this Berserker, I just have like 65 more tickets that are unbound, and any of my characters can run those. Unbound cube tickets? It's from the Korean cash shop. I think you guys have had a very, very small handful of unbound tickets, but they're very few and far between in the Western cash shop. In Korea, it's a monthly thing for the tickets. So every month you can get like 15 of the tickets. This thing. See? 33,000 royal crystals is normally the price of 1,200 blue crystals. So it's a package to get the normal amount of blue crystals plus some cube tickets. I stopped buying them like 2 months ago because I was starting to accumulate too many and I wasn't sure if I was ever actually going to use them. Originally, I was buying them for new classes, but I was like, you don't really need that many to level up a new class. I'm so excited that you guys will get Breaker, then I'll have to answer the same 5 questions on loop for hours at a time. Yay. I'm going to become an NPC. 33,000 royal crystals is literally 33,000 Korean won, not including any special deals, which is something in the rough ballpark of like 25 bucks. $33K won equal to how much USD again? You punk! I literally just said. What do you mean? Merciful God. He's training me for tomorrow. The only downside to me doing all of my raids in the first 3 days of the week is I always get people after 3 days like, any raids today? And I'm just sitting there like, I got fuck all, man. I'm sorry. I got nothing for you. I already did everything. Isn't the Breaker event support up to 1620 or 1610 in Korea? No. The last reward's at 1580 with a box that opens up a little bit further. If you're thinking you got shafted with a worse event, it's the same exact event as Breaker. In fact, you might notice it looks eerily identical to your last event, and that's because the last event that you got was also the same one, pretty much. Yeah, you have to keep in mind that the Road to Thaymine event in Korea also really only supported you to 1610. Despite Thaymine being a 1610. I mean, yeah. It only really supported you up to 1600. Anything beyond that was like, good luck. I think AGS just worded it kind of poorly in their social media. They should have promoted it with different wording. I can show you if you want. I'll show you after this run. What's the furthest you're able to take Breaker day 1 in item level? I brought my Breaker to 1620 on the first week, but you're a little retarded if you do that. So case in point, I was a little retarded in doing that. Don't do that. That's reasonable first week. 1600 is pretty reasonable first week without any overspending. $1,600 how? Oh, after you do your Econ normal run, you should be able to make enough pieces where you could get to 1600. If you want like reasonable to the point where it's just like anyone can do it in the first week, and literally anybody, 1580. But I think for the serious players, you should be able to get to 1600 at the end of the first week on whatever character you're using this express on. If it's like a character that you're planning on bringing to 1620 anyways long term, there's not even any loss associated with that. Since you're just honing to plus 19 anyways, you're gonna do that anyways if that character is planning to go to 1620. So it's not like you're over honing anything by doing that. Do you have to do a con NNH? A con NNH is unnecessary. A con NNH was only so that I could get the full set by the second week's end. But like, there's not really a reason to do that. You could just take a little bit longer and it'll cost a lot less. But we don't get 2x mats in a con, do we? Well, this is presuming that you do get it, because like by now you should have it with this upcoming update. It'd be kind of crazy if you didn't, to be honest. This was our this is what you would expect, pretty much. The last reward is at 1580. The 1540 box reward. Do you have videos on catching up to current content in NA? The guys at the Lost Ark Nexus, I think, recently published a great guide on that for returning players. No level 7s though? No, those are over those are somewhere else. They're in there. The level 7s are in here somewhere. I just can't find them. Does the Express event give a legendary selector? Yes. Does that include Fame Mine? No. Why is Weekend Cool there? Why are you being such an asshole right now, Cry? Fuck did Weekend Kakul do to you? Show some respect to Weekend Kakul. Put some respect on his name. I have max weekend cock. Yeah, so I mean, each week you do a con, you're gonna get an extra 60 eyes, and to make all the pieces requires 300 eyes. So you do the math. You can be done in a con in 3 weeks, right? Yeah, if you... In 3 weeks time, you could easily be done with full Akon gear, even like without buying additional loot with a 2x eyeballs. Even if you didn't buy additional loot after 3 weeks time, yeah, that sounds about right. I believe you get 4 pieces week 1. You can't. Because to make 4 pieces, you would need 160 eyes. You can get 60 from here, but getting the other 100 after that is... You would have to do hard mode from day 1. You would have to do hard, and that would get you like 88. And then the first clear reward box of 20 would pretty much get you there. And doing hard mode from week 1 is... really, really fucking dumb. Tetra, thank you for the 17 months. It's just because you had to do an insane amount of overhoning to go to 1600 on day 1. Yeah, but even if you get double Akon mats, right? That's 88 mats in total from hard. And then 20 from first clear reward, 108. That's still a lot of overhoning. Do you know what time the patch notes come out? Probably like an hour and a half from now. There's also the bid for 10, but I don't think the bid for 10 actually matters for a whole lot. 10 a.m. usually? Oh yeah, I forgot daylight saving time. My bad. Hey, you can play Dragon's Dogma this weekend? Hell yeah. Oh, fuck. I forgot that today is a gym day. Maybe I don't have time to make my characters for Dragon's Dogma today. How do you feel about losing an hour staying awake? It was trash. Daylight saving times is trash. Take this shit away from me. But it's really good during the fall. I like it during the fall. Wait, doesn't daylight saving times not apply to a lot of the world anymore? I'm pretty sure a lot of the world doesn't do DST anymore. I only remember that DST was like a farmer thing. Like it was to help out farmers or something like that. You should have moved to Arizona? No. I told Stoops that if we moved to Arizona, then we had to invest in an anti-scorpion electric fence. It's an electric fence that sits about 10 centimeters off the ground and surrounds the perimeter of your property. Dude, I can't imagine being Australian and like having to check your boots every time you put your boots on for fear there might be a scorpion or a fucking brown recluse in it. That's horrifying. Yeah, or like a whole goddamn crocodile in their boot. I think Australians are just built diff. They're playing life on hard mode. PvE country. What the fuck? Doesn't Florida have the same issues? I mean, worst case with Florida, you got a snake in your toilet, pokes your butt while you're trying to take a shit. That's not so bad. To better help players prepare for the release of Thaymine, we just had moved the road to Thaymine event up a month in the March update. We hope this helps with new players excited for the breaker class and new players looking to catch up with their friends and participate in endgame raids. This event is built to support. Anyone else who's here for getting path as well. The thing is, your last, the Path to Soul Eater event, chat, is what our Path to Thaymine was. And now your Path to Thaymine event is just a duplicate of the Path to Soul Eater. It's just gonna be the same exact thing. Whatever you got last time is just gonna be the same as... I mean, last time was good. That's not a bad thing for the record. That's a good thing. Because that path was fucking cracked. You think it'll be combined or separate? I don't know. Ours is combined, but it would be better if it was separate because I think people want it to be separate so they can apply different things to different characters. May I ask when you plan on playing Bloodborne? Bloodborne's playthrough will be sometime in April after Dragon's Dogma and the dust settles a bit. And then Bloodborne's playthrough will lead directly into Elden Ring's playthrough. On this channel. Do KR people always bow at the end? Usually they write something nice like nice job or well played, GG. They have some they always write some variation of GG or an emote. Popcorn. Are you doing modded Bloodborne? No, because I'm going to be playing it on PS5 and I don't know how to mod stuff on console. There's a new Star Wars series coming out. You played Liza P? No. So I asked you guys what would you rather watch me play, Liza P or Bloodborne, and I kind of want to play Bloodborne more than Liza P, but I'm not sure. Why not both? I could, but if I only have time for one or the other, right, I make you guys pick. Because I do want to play and finish Elden Ring before the DLC comes out. To be honest, I'm not even sure if it's a good idea to play Elden Ring before the DLC comes out. And here's the reason why. If you've ever played a Souls-like game, you know that DLC to Souls-like games aren't after the story. They're usually like a mid-game optional content. I mean, yes, the bosses can be harder than the last boss, but like the point is usually you can access DLC areas before the end of the game. It might make actually more sense to play Elden Ring after the DLC comes out, just so it's all part of one cohesive experience, rather than play Elden Ring and then like return back to it after the DLC comes out. I don't know. Maybe we'll have time for Liza P between Bloodborne then. We'll see. There's a new leveling system for the DLC, so it's going to be somewhat separate. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, that's kind of a first for a Souls-like game then, isn't it? In that case? Or from a From Software game. Oh, shit. That's weird. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty valid point. People going into it at like soul level, like 200 plus, and then kind of trivializing it a bit. Yeah, that's a pretty valid concern. Gigsy, thank you for the 20 months. No, I haven't played any of the Neo games. Obviously, I heard really good things about them, but in general, I've never been like gung-ho at the idea of playing them. One of my friends, RB Frosty, really liked the Neo games, though. I know he was playing them a shit ton. Frosty is cool. I met him during PAX. Him and Peeve. Peeve's also an old friend of mine, but I haven't talked to Peeve in forever. But I see him streaming regularly still. Mr. Peeverson. I don't think any of this shit has changed since I last looked at it. Have you seen Weave's Sekiro yet? Yeah, I have seen that. I saw people were posting videos of it, like Ongbala and stuff like that. Hey, Sila. Wonder if this comes out with a patch? I doubt it. I feel like this style book is another one of those things where they would make it like a feature like update in the month. No, these haven't changed. I guess a lot of these are kind of... Dude, they should wipe the rankings for these once in a while, but I feel like the positions of these are never gonna change because they just have so many views and downloads already. If you upload something now, how the fuck are you ever gonna... Oh, you know what they need? They need sorting by week. like this week's most viewed and this week's most downloaded and stuff like that. They don't have that. They should do that. Because otherwise the stuff over here will never get dethroned. Frieza! This is still a relatively new feature in Korea. Lost Ark mobile characters. Swordmaster, War Dancer, Deadeye, Summoner, Bard, Berserker, Gunlancer. So I know that there were people that wanted this class in the PC version. This is the Swordmaster class, which is a specialist class like Artist or Aeromancer, whose weapon is quite literally a katana-like weapon. And I know a lot of people wanted it in the PC version, but there's a very high chance that it will not ever appear in the PC version because they likely will keep it as mobile exclusive to drive people to play the mobile version. And much like that, there's likely classes on the PC version that'll never be on the mobile version. And for all intents and purposes, this class is extremely similar to a mashup between Aeromancer and Blade. And so I would be very doubtful that Aeromancer or Blade appear in the mobile version because of that. They updated some of these animations, which is kind of cool for the character select. Yeah, the intro looks fucking cool. I mean, honestly, for a mobile game, it retained a lot of the combat of the PC version really well. Is it UE4 or something? It is UE4, yeah. Well, the thing is, the game I don't think is very mobile friendly. First of all, it has 8 skills again, so plus identity, plus etc., which is kind of hard to play on a mobile device. But there's a lot of mobile games in Korea that are like that, which like they're not really meant to be played on mobile. Like they're on mobile, but they're kind of more meant to be played on PC client of the mobile version. That's a very, very restrictive class selection at the beginning of the game. They only have 6 classes available at the start of Lost Ark Mobile. Gunlancer, Berserker, 7 classes. Gunlancer, Berserker, Bard, Summoner, Deadeye, War Dancer, Swordmaster. That's it. No support? They got Bard. I mean, it looks good for a mobile game. I just can't see a lot of people will end up playing it on mobile. I feel like a lot of people who play it are just going to use the PC client. Look, chat, this can be you. This can be your next preset. Look, it has 6 downloads already. It's available for you to download it now. Oh, man. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if they did that too. Giving you PC version rewards for playing on mobile and vice versa. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Is that mobile version coming to Western as well? I'm sure it will eventually. Oh, mobile looks like it has a PC port. Oh, it most definitely will be. Now when people visit us from other games, chat, and they say, this looks like a mobile MMO, we could proudly puff up our chests and be like, that's because it is. No need to get offended by that statement anymore. You own that now. I think my eyes are just bad because I had some difficulty noticing the graphical differences between the two versions. Like the most I noticed was actually in the room with Thanatos, and that was basically it, with like reflections and whatnot. It could be my age showing, to be honest. This upcoming week is going to be really hectic. It's a good thing that I'm getting all my sleep in now. The main thing I'm worried about is balancing Dragon's Dogma with everything else. Dragon's Dogma 1 took me 50 hours to complete with DLC. 50 hours, I can knock that out in like 3 streams. That wouldn't be that hard to knock out in 3 streams. But I imagine the scope of the second game is probably larger. Oh, sweet. Honestly, today's been a really good day when it comes to luck. Lots of gold rooms, lots of fate embers. That's a hone and cut stone then? Well, honing doesn't really have that much RNG anymore with advanced honing, and I'm not doing no traditional honing. Ain't no way. Pretty short? Okay. I don't mind a short game if it's a good game. I'm fine with that. How is Grand Blue? You mean Grand Blue? Stoops doesn't believe me that Grand Blue is an anime. He keeps thinking that I'm talking about Grand Blue Fantasy. Like he thinks that I'm trolling him or something. I want a new Tales game. Dude, Tales of Arise was really good. I'm actually a little sad that that's another one of those games that I didn't finish. Tales of Arise was excellent. It had actually like a good cast of characters. Probably my second favorite cast of characters after Tales of Berseria. Tales of Berseria has the best cast of characters. I hate the combat in Tales games so much. I like it. The streamer has so many unfinished games. I know. But to be fair, I have more finished games than unfinished games. Not that that's saying a lot. Actually, no, that is saying a lot considering how many unfinished games I have. Oh, sweet. No, it really is a good day. Damn, I made a lot of silver today. Remember I started today at 42 million silver or something like that? I can't remember how much it was, but it was not a lot. Or was it 48? It might have been 48. I don't know. I got a lot right now, though. I'm pretty happy about that. For our character builds in Hell mode, there should be a resource from Hell Academy on curated builds for Hell mode that you should reference. Which I'm pretty sure is still maintained. Someone can correct me if it's not. You got 3 bonus rooms and 1 1610 cube. That's kind of cracked. Any plans on pinning your Shuravod for the next 2 weeks? Oh, the video you mean on YouTube? Yeah, I guess I'll pin it during times where we're playing a Lost Ark. Sure. I can do that. That'll probably save me some small headaches too. Wait, people don't read the pins. What are you talking about? Nobody reads pinned messages. Oh, I started at 48. Oh, so I'm up 20 million silver today? Wait, that's kind of cracked. Make a command? I did make a command! I think it's exclamation point breaker. I'm pretty sure that is a command. It is a command! Ah! Maddies. I'm going crazy. I'm like that one rat emote in the white room. Crazy, I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room filled with rats. Rats make me go crazy. Is that from a song, by the way? I've always wanted to ask that. They sound like lyrics to a song.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once.
What the fuck is this?
A rubber room. A rubber room with rats.
There's no way that's the original. It only has 52k views. That'd be crazy if that was the original. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. I mean, honestly, chat, not bad. I think I blew through like 25 cube tickets today already. $16.31. I had to check the mats on this character for Echidna. Actually, because he has so many mats now, I should definitely make sure that I run Echidna hard mode on him. I suppose I will endeavor to get these characters to 1640. Well, hopefully, those come out in 10 minutes or so. Do you even get the urge to play your other characters, like Summoner and Slayer? No. What keeps me from playing them is knowing that they're so far behind, or getting any urge to play them. Are you going bed after patch notes? No. I had to stay up until Stoops wants to go to the gym. Then we lift. Then I sleep. Then I wake up. Then 21 raids. Hoggers. Sounds fun. I'm not doing 21 raids in one day. Well, 21. I have 21 active. I have 7 active characters that I'm raising. Are you bussing or raiding normally? I do not bus. I only accidentally bus, which is not the same thing. Excited for Behemoth? Nah. I mean, I'm always just looking forward to new content. New raid content's always fun. Progging new raid content's always fun. But the character isn't really an exciting character. Like, the stakes aren't that high. No one really knows or cares about who Behemoth is. Like, Behemoth has some small lore ramifications, but he's a very minor character. Exactly. He's kind of a literal who. To be honest, part of what makes the Legion raids exciting is because the characters are honestly memorable. I would say that all of the Legion commanders are relatively memorable. Now, compare that to the Voldus bosses. Who the fuck even are any of these characters? I think when the character or the boss fight actually like has stakes to it, it makes the fight a lot more memorable. Kangle's okay. Kangle, the characters kind of have stakes to them. Pretty sure G4 was A Aatrox. Yeah, exactly. And Behemoth is kind of the same. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys thought Behemoth was Varkon. I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are mixing up the two, by the way, thinking they're the same thing when they're not. But yeah, that's why I'm like that's kind of what made Thamine's raids so cool, right? It's Thamine. He's the big bad. He's a fucking badass. He's a beast. Behemoth, like, is cool, but like the entire story of it with Behemoth is he's just a very powerful Chaos Guardian, and he was the first El Bozo Guardian to ever get killed by humans. Namely by Kadon, which drove Varkon to madness. That's it. That's his whole significance in the game story. Is Kadon really a human? For sake of lore, we can just call him a human for now, but not really. Probably not. How's he back if they're killed? Guardians do not die when they are killed. They're not like people, okay? As humans die when they are killed. Guardians do not die when they are killed. Yes, unironically, most of the Guardians, when you beat the living shit out of them and then rip materials from their innards after you've defeated them as a trophy, you're just sparring with them and they're just taking a nap after you've defeated them. No harm, no foul. Well, whatever is going on with Kadon, for some reason he has a mission that's basically the same as the Guardians, which is keep Arcacia safe at all costs. Could you imagine Kadon was a Guardian himself? He's just like me, for real, for real. I want a Kadon boss fight, though. I hope he ends up being evil somehow. Or not evil, but like a necessary adversary. Like he has the interests of the planet over the interests of humanity kind of deal. Wouldn't you like that, chat? Wouldn't you like Kadon to beat your ass? Alrighty. Almost there, chat. Real fucking close to having enough boxes to insta level 10. Just need less than 100 to go. You want Kanan to be like Ultron? I don't know. I don't remember Ultron. I just remember he's from the MCU. How many boxes do you need for a 10? 2,170, I think. I thought Ultron was a Transformer. No, he's the MCU guy, isn't he? I thought. Wait, he's a villain? I thought he was a good guy. Oh, wait, no, he's a bad guy. That's right. He does sound like he could be a Transformer. That is true. With a name like that, Ultron doesn't really sound like an evil name. That's very neutral. All right, chat. Are the notes published? It is officially 9 a.m. PST. Or am I off by an hour? I think I'm off by an hour. More cubes! Oh. Wait, is it up? Oh. The full list of content, events, skins, and other updates and patch notes with Henry Video have a new home within the release page section of the website. Oh, they have a dedicated page for it now. Okay. That's kind of cool, I suppose. Yeah, it does look quite a bit better. Here's Arcacia. The March breakthrough to Thamine update arrives in Arcacia tomorrow. Downtime will begin on March 20th at 2 a.m. Pacific time and is expected to last 4 hours. Oh, that's quite fast. The March update includes the Breaker Advanced class, new progression events, and a new series of story quests. Find the full list of contents and other updates below. Breaker to help interested adventurers prepare to master this new martial artist arsenal and relentlessly bash the biggest and baddest enemies on Arcacia. We partnered. Oh, that's me. PogChamp. Find the full breakdown in the recent Lost Ark Academy. The Breaker will release with the recent balance changes made in Korea. Ho ho. Does that mean the most recent ones for other classes, or does it mean post-nerf Breaker with nerf Blade? I wonder if it means all of the updates, which would be like kind of sicko mode for Sorks. and Arcanas. Yeah, this is a bit ambiguous. I'm gonna presume that it doesn't actually mean the balance patch, and it just means that it literally just means the mini one from before. Acacia Tour. Acacia Tour is a horizontal catch-up mechanic that has 4 tiers of missions built to help players catch up on islands, adventure tome, skill points, and more. This event, it's not an event, will make it easier for new and returning players to play with their friends and enjoy the endgame or help current players fill any gaps in their collection. Even I got stuff from this, and I've been playing for 5 fucking years. I got like 3 island souls out of this. Each tier requires you to complete a task, and once you've completed all 3 submissions, you'll be able to claim rewards that are horizontal regress your character. Yeah, this isn't an event. This is a permanent addition to the game. So all brand new players from now until forever will have the Acacia Tour when they start the game, which is good. It's a shitload of stuff. Light of Destiny. Lost Ark's location is getting closer to being revealed. Sacred is beginning to investigate the events that have occurred in Pledge. This is a super important story beat. If you are one of my lore arc enjoyers, this is one of the most important moments in the game in general. As the situation grows more unpredictable, it will be up to you to face the chaos as you follow your own path. The Light of Destiny will reveal the location of the Lost Ark, which will actually bring us closer to the end of story chapter 1. This refers to the overall story of Lost Ark, where there's a few chapters of Lost Ark, and the end of chapter 1 is most likely with Kazaros. It will be a story that answers some of the most important questions in the journey to find the Lost Ark after Voldus and brings you to a new location, Praeteria. Events. 5 years for chapter 1. Is this written by George R.R. Martin? Okay, but come on, guys. MMO stories are always written over the course of like fucking decades, to be fair. Maple's story literally took 20 years for their players to fight the Black Mage. Who was like the antagonist that was presented when the game launched back in like 2005. As players strive to reach item levels required for existing and upcoming endgame content on either their main characters or alternate characters, we plan a suite of events to support players. A Geisha event Power Pass, a 1460 Power Pass, pretty cool. If you are using the Power Pass and the Express on the same character, please keep in mind that the gear that you get is going to be 1460, but you're immediately going to have to throw that gear out when you hit 1490 if it's the Express character, because the Express character will give you another set of gear. You don't have to throw it out though if it has higher quality. So just see it as like an extra opportunity for higher quality. If this 1460 gear has higher quality, then make sure to transfer the quality over to the 1490 gear. There are no restrictions for players to use Power Pass, blah, 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 blah. So we're getting Brella gear. Yes, the Brella gear is part of the Express. Why did one nerf get in? Because this includes the tiny ass balance patch, which included a nerf to Blade and Breaker. There was a really small balance patch that happened a couple months ago that nerfed both of those classes, and that nerf is included in this. Super Makoko Express. Players would designate one character between 1460 and 1580 on their account. Oh, that's weird. I wonder if the designation really is 1580 or if you can apply it higher. You know, it might be 2 separate things. I'll keep reading down. Descend into Darkness. Oh, Road to Thamine. Okay, it is separate. Oh, they separated it. Oh, that's good. In Korea, these two things are one thing that you have to apply to a single character, but in the West, they separated it. So you can apply one to one character and one to another. That's good. Yeah, that's actually that's a good thing. A lot of people were asking for that. Super Mokoka Express until July 17th. Yeah, there's these honing benefits are pretty powerful and definitely make getting to 1580 a lot easier. So raw gold cost reduced by 65% from 1490 to 1580. Leap stone cost reduction by quite a bit. Honing material reduction by quite a bit, and percentage increases across the board. Getting to 1580 should be no problem. And then, as you guys know, 1580 to 1600 is pretty easy as well. The rewards differ slightly from the previous iterations of the event, and it's built to help progress a character, single character, from 1580 to 1600 with additional support as players approach the mine at item level 1610. The special event includes a gear honing support effect applied when honing a con ancient gear from 1580 to 1600 that decreases the amount of gold and materials needed and grants double artisan's energy. Wait, double artisan's energy from 1580 to 1600? That's kind of wicked. Some mats all the way up to 1600 with event elixirs. That was included in the Korean version as well. So there will be event elixirs, or the silver elixirs, in this section right here. Honing materials discount and gold discount as well. Special missions earn additional raid and abyssal dungeon mats. Oh, okay. That you've seen already. Which is 20 extra, 5 extra of the K-angle things per gate cleared and 20 extra eyes per Akon gate cleared. I showed you guys that earlier. This event can be used on a single character, which cannot be changed or transferred. So be careful on who you put it on. Extra endgame content clear rewards. Extra endgame content clear rewards is a new event built around rewarding players for clearing current endgame content and helping players get ready for the upcoming raids arriving in April and beyond. Extra rewards will include protection and obliteration stones, sleep stones, and honor shards corresponding to the item level of the activity. Huh. You get some extra mats whenever clearing the last gate of these 4 raids. I wonder how much it is. The extra rewards will be available to all characters on a player's roster. No need to designate a character for the event. That's cool. Yeah, we never had that. That's pretty... Huh. Yeah, I wonder how much it is. That's pretty solid. Honing event mission. Can you still swap between characters with the Express? Does it say? No, you can't. The character cannot change once the event target character has received the honing buff. So after you hone, you won't be able to change the character. Honing event mission. This event is designed to help players as they hone their Akon ancient gear and work to progress towards higher item levels. Effective target character item levels between 1580 and 1619. Please note that you cannot change the target character once an event character is selected. Another one of these? When players hone upper ancient gear on their designated character, they will be given honing support materials, metallurgy books, and gold for easier honing. After the first weapon hone attempt, players receive 2 metallurgy selection chests. Players will then receive 2 metallurgy selection chests and 2,500 gold after their 4th, 8th, 12th, and 16th attempts at honing. Jesus, that's kind of nice. After the first armor hone attempt, players receive 10 mending selection chests. Players will then receive 10 mending selection chests and 2,500 gold after their 20th, 40th, 60th, and 80th clicks. Wow. Arcacia Grand Prix. Oh, they're bringing this back. The fan favorite Naruni Racing event returns. In this mode, 2 teams of 7 players compete against each other. Naruni Racing is fine. 80th? Oh, you guys click way more than that for armor. Let's not pretend like 80 is actually a meaningful amount of clicks for honing when you're honing multiple armor pieces. Earn event coins that can be exchanged for a variety of impactful rewards. Make sure to check out the special tab of the stores. Event daily, go to the arena for request to gain entry. Okay. Golden Frog, we already know, got extended for another month, so another month of Golden Frog. General event updates. Same shit. Store updates. Oh. These are the PC Cafe skins. The recent PC Cafe skins. Breaker skins. This is their 2nd anniversary skin. What is Ya's skin leap? The second one? Oh, shit. So they... Wait. That's the Striker legendary. Did they recycle the Striker legendary for Breaker? They got recycled. That's the Striker one. Yeah. So Breakers do not have access to that other skin. Huh. Read right below. As Breaker was released after Yaz's season was created, Breaker will have the same legendary skin appearance as the Striker. Oh, that's a first. Oh, that's going to put a damper on Stoops' mood later. Yeah, that's a weird one for sure. I've never seen a class share the same exact legendary skin as someone else before. That's news to me. Arc Pass, Immortal Phantasmic Beasts. Players can complete missions. Find the cosmetics layered throughout the Arc Pass showcase below. Oh, Jesus, fuck. These skins weren't available for purchase in Korea. To get these skins, you had to play in a PC cafe. I can't remember if it was for 50 hours or 100 hours, but you had to be logged into the game at a PC cafe to get them. Is it free? No, it's part of your Arc Pass. They do look like skins that would be from Fire Force. Damn, dude. Kind of metal music and ducks. Holy. Fucking metal ass ducks, yo. This looks like a mishmash of stuff from Korea put in together to an Arc Pass, kinda a little bit. I mean, our Arc Pass had this mount too, but but yeah. I mean, I do like that you can get PC Cafe skins that normally are horribly annoying to get in Korea. Yeah, in Korea, we had an Arc Pass with the mount, but the skin was not part of it because the skin was part of PC Cafe rewards. Added 2 new the new hairstyles. Okay, I think these ones looked really good. Actually, these looked fantastic. What was the wallpaper for it? I don't remember. Previous stories I was completing hidden stories in Adventure Stone. Boosted the chance of legendary cards appearing in each continent. Okay, some people in Korea report that there's a legendary merchant literally every day since this update, but I don't know because I don't actually look at it. But apparently the rates are a lot higher. Legendary card Carmine added to Rethramis NPC, and Azena Inanna has been added to Rohendel's Wandering Merchant. I don't know if that's actually true for the record, chat, but I heard that the rate is like hugely increased for legendary cards to appear. Did to show the amount stacked and market listed items, report NPC. They just changed the UI for report NPC. So the report UI looks like this now. Roster XP added as reward for reaching certain NPCs report level. The Masterpiece Collection rewards have been changed from gold to silver. We all know why. I think this was partially done as well because of the Horizontal Express accelerating the acquisition of these. UI updates. I'm actually trying to see if the transparency option was added. I'm still scrolling down. You already read over it? You missed it? Adjusted the sound of when Fate Embers drops to release at the right time. Where is it? Where? I'm blind. Help! 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 Skill effect visibility option added. Okay. So the option is in your option. Well, the option is in your options. Sounds kind of stupid. I added mine to favorite, but it's located here and it works with these two bars. When you reduce this one, this reduces skill effects that you do down to 10%. It only applies to certain skills. It doesn't apply to every skill. So not all classes will really, like this will change much for many classes, but obviously for certain classes like Sorceress and Aeromancer, you'll notice a really big difference. It's per character, yeah. And this is for other characters. So this is opacity of other characters' skills. Does it apply to sidereal skills? No. You'll still be blinded by those. Able to start, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Oh, I guess they didn't increase the amount of stronghold points yet, since that came in a later update. Unless it's just an unmentioned thing. Sorry for the stronghold decorators. Siege updates, GVG, which a handful of you guys care about. Combat rate and enemy updates. Some mildly improved animation updates for stance changing classes. I didn't even know that it wouldn't show if you were too far from other people when you use a battle item. That's interesting. Huh. Damage number is now shown when hitting L'Oreal's alter egos in the pattern where players must get Light's protection buff using the stat choosing Kangle's Eternal Light Cradle. I think this is the update that made it so that you could actually get meter off the fucking clones for the classes that like rely on meter to use skills. And then they'd have no meter and then they would fail the stagger check. Yeah. Ah, the cool nerf. Yeah. So like I said, if you didn't believe me before, I hope you believe me now. Whenever any region gets any nerf, that nerf will eventually make its way over to all other regions. So the saw blades no longer kill you in Kakul. They just do a shit ton of damage. If you are on item level, it will still most likely almost kill you. With no mitigation at all, I heard that the saw blades on item level do around 100,000 damage, and a lot of people on item level actually have less than 100,000 HP. So it's still a lot of damage, but you can shield it, you can mitigate it, and just in general, you know, if you got some shield from people, you could literally just kind of space through a saw and it won't kill you. Stagger check has been reduced. Oh, the Mario missiles and whatnot, they do less damage to you as well. This nerf comes from the Chinese version of the game. So if you're wondering why you're getting this nerf now, it's because when this came out in China, they nerfed it, and now this nerf is making its way over to the other versions. Or the other regions. If player fails to remove the doll's curse during the side-scrolling minigame, the player with the curse gets a debuff instead of dying instantly. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. So if you don't break the 3 balls, the player doesn't die, huh? Oh, is the CN version nerfed? Because the CN version had a hyper-accelerated pace of content. They got to clown 5 months after their release, which is way faster than even your version. So the player skill level wasn't that high at the time of, and the raid was considered too difficult. Brand debuff obtained upon entering the side, removed when using side the aerial skill Inanna. Oh yeah, sorry. This if you use Inanna, it removes the debuff that makes it so you can't re-enter Mario, so one person can enter Mario more than one time. So if you use Inanna, you can enter Mario again. Puzzling curse pattern removed? I don't even know what the fuck that is. And when you pull the lever during 4th Mario, you get a stagger buff. Dude, between all the stagger buffs on classes through balance changes and this, like, I feel like any class can solo stagger, like, with ease now. Oh, yeah, it's probably the HP flip. Sorry, Mayhem Zerkers. No more free HP heal for you. Change the appearance time for the following field bosses to every hour, every 30 minutes. Oh, just a little bit easier for people doing adventure tomes and stuff. Also for people that are collecting Caspiel cards for whatever reason. Another source of acquisition for certain items through report quests. Improved drag easiness within the battle item inventory. Ah, yes, this is unironically an important change. When you use a mount item, the global cooldown for using another mount item is only 1 second now instead of 5 seconds. So when you make a brand new character and you have a ladybug, a horse, and a wolf in your mount, you only have to wait 1 second now to register the next one instead of 5 seconds. Surprisingly, this will have a bigger impact on you than you might think. When exchanging lease zones, can designate the item up to 10,000. I didn't know that you were limited to less than 10,000 before. Crafting an item and the number of items crafted has changed. The amount of ingredients needed changes accordingly. I have no idea what adventure tome item this is, but it doesn't have an expiration time anymore. As a breaker nerf in Korea recently, that was like a couple. That it was nerfed when Echidna came out. It was the same patch as Echidna. And then the month afterwards was the balance patch for Sork and Arcana and all those other classes. Island updates. Yeah. So island events are region wide now. So if you're on an underpopulated server, you don't have to worry about like your island instances not filling up. All characters in a region matchmake into an island content now. And it's scaling now. So if you get into an instance that only has a few people, it scales down the objectives or HP of the target. So even if you get unlucky, you can complete it with the minimum amount of people. The waiting time is lower though for islands, so just keep that in mind. You don't have to wait as long. Is it easier to get map from Fort, for example? I'm reading through.
Sane.
Please bear in mind, chat, I haven't really done these because I've been done with them for a very long time. Denier, thank you for the 2 months, so I haven't actually like quite experienced it myself. They've made some of the islands just easier to finish the quest in general. Tranquil Island, Drumbeat Island, Spida Island. So they should just be faster. Dirkro, thank you for the new Prime. Okay, so they just made a lot of these a lot easier to do, and now you have region-wide matchmaking for all island events, and they have scaling now. That's a huge plus for people that were struggling to get their island stuff done previously. Improved to fill max, especially with the current materials. Max EXP, not especially. Improved to fill the maximum experience with the current materials without designating a separate amount of shards in the gear upgrading UI. So when you're filling the shards for an item, instead of having a slider, you just click one button and it'll fill. Honing effect animation ends immediately by clicking the screen. Yeah, so you can completely skip the animation now just by clicking the screen again, and it'll go next right away. So you don't have to do the crazy dance with your clicking anymore. It's super fast. It's unbelievably fast, the honing now. It's also very good practice if you're playing Shura Breaker, because the faster you click, the faster the honing will be. It's just like you're punching. Move the confirm button slightly toward the bottom where the honing animation started. Okay, this is also a really important one. If you're using a certain amount of solars, there is a check mark now that will remember how many solars you use, so you don't have to drag the slider or click the button for each of them again. So if you want to use a specific amount of solars, there's an option. It'll remember it on every click, so you don't have to do that each and every time anymore. Holy shit. Are you okay? Are you okay? Holy fuck, the Wendigo. It was the Wendigo. What about the books? I'll remember the books as well. Added a button to directly use the market and express mail in the honing screen, so you don't have to separately open up the auction house. I still separately open up the auction house because I keep forgetting that the button exists. To make it easier to distinguish which skill cannot be upgraded, added the phrase cannot upgrade to skill trees UI, blah, 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 blah. If a skill tree effect available transfer is the only one, the effect is automatically selected. Okay. Expanded Arcturus touches boundaries, which means by default, your first 5 clears of these raids will give you double mats forever on every character. So for every character forever, you get double raid mats on these instances now. Which goes into the calculations of how long does it take to make the full Akan set with Express on a character? The answer is 2 weeks. But if you want to take your time and not spend literally anything at all, 3 weeks. Even in normal mode, 3 weeks. Yeah, because if you're doing normal mode, it's 22 mats times 2, so 44. So 44 on 1 week, 44 on another week, and 44 on another week. And with the Express, you get 60 extra eyeballs per week. So after 3 weeks, that's 300 eyeballs, which is enough to make the entire set, even from normal mode, without auction. Plus some extra from the first clear box, so you don't even have to buy bonus loot on a few of the clears. No, you can't get the full set in 1 week. It's minimum of 2 weeks. Procyon's protection has also gone all the way up to Akan normal mode and K-Angle hard mode. So you get the free crisis evasion for new players in these contents as well. Ability Stone upgrade Matt Light as Spear is no longer obtainable from Abyssal Dungeon Kangle, Eternal Cradle of Light, hard mode. Yeah, in hard mode, you could only get the Ability Stone level 2 material at a bare minimum. It's not mentioned here, but also the rate at which the books appear is higher as well for the level 4 set. Level 4 Ability Stone. Nice, my main's still level 3 stone. The fuck you doing? Haven't they been giving you boxes with 4 of those books in it? What are you using them on? What the fuck? You're saving yours for Lost Ark too? I mean, that's fair, I guess. I don't see anything wrong with that. Change the 5 adventure quests for Abyssal Dungeon Gate of Paradise to roster quests. Maybe less quest clutter. Does Horizontal Pass unlock the bounties Wealth Rune? No. The Horizontal Express will complete 22 sea bounties for you automatically out of the 34 you need for the Purple Wealth. And it leaves a lot of the really easy ones in the remaining 12. So you should have a very easy time getting that 34 thingies. The 34 thingies after Horizontal. Yeah. Yeah, some of the ones that are left over from sea bounties are like from, I think, like the Expedition territory and shit like that. No, none of the shipwreck bounties will be completed automatically. Those are still, yeah. Deathblade. Wait, they have a whole section just for Deathblade's nerf from that one update? This update, if you're wondering where this is coming from and why this is happening, this was the balance update that happened on Echidna's patch, which gave a small nerf to Deathblade and Breaker. Breaker was also nerfed in this balance patch, but they didn't mention it because they said it's like baked into the implementation of the class. So Breaker nerf is there as well. Ah, that's the end. I mean, this is kind of stacked update. The only thing in here that I look at and I'm like, what the fuck, is the Breaker legendary skin being a duplicate of Striker because you're still on season 2 and there was no season 2 Breaker skin. Yeah, honestly, this page looks way better, by the way, for patch notes than their usual shit. So thumbs up to Amazon for that. This looks way better than their usual patch notes.
Hello, heroes of Arcasia. Welcome back to another episode of Patch Notes with Henry. Today we're going to cover the Breakthrough to Thamine update, which is our major March update, and go through a ton of the content arriving this month. This is a month with a hefty batch of release notes, so we're going to cover the spotlight content, a bunch of the events that are arriving, and then we're going to go through some of the key quality of life and other changes coming in. But once again, hefty update. This is going to be the express version. For the full details, you're going to need to read through the entire release notes, which should be...
Henry, get some fucking sleep and stop grinding out and dropping sidereal energy. I can see the goddamn bags under your eyes.
Be linked in the YouTube description. With that, let's dive right into it. So, one of the biggest things arriving in this update is going to be a...
If you don't know, this motherfucker has dropped 3 sidereal energies.
New advanced class. That is the Breaker. The Breaker is a male version of the Scrapper and is an absolute force to be reckoned with, using his heavy gauntlets, mobility, and combos to deal massive damage. It's going to be a really cool new class arriving. I'm super excited for it. I am going to make one. I decided. It took me a while, but I did land on that as my new character, so I'm super pumped.
Very wise wording. I like it. New character, not new main, but new character. Very well played.
If you need some tips and tricks also, we released an article featuring Saintone last week that kind of gives a breakdown of some of the playstyle.
What the fuck? He said my name right.
And fun things. That is linked in the release notes, so make sure to go check that out if you're interested in making a Breaker. We're also going to talk about it a little bit more later on in the events section, but to help interested adventurers prepare to master this new martial artist arsenal, you know, and just relentlessly bash the biggest and baddest enemies in Arcasia, we have a ton of events planned for players to quickly level up. So the Breaker is going to come with all the classics, you know, new class engravings. Along with that, there's going to be a few more Breaker-specific systems. There's a new title, 10 new achievements. There's going to be some quests and skills unlocks for that class, training room guide, and a new trophy for the class as well. One thing to note, if you have been following the balance and specifics of the class in Korea, the Breaker is actually going to release with the recent balance changes that were made in Korea just a month or 2 ago. So once again, go check out that Breaker overview. And then when we get to the store section a little bit later in this video, you're going to be able to check out some of the cosmetics that are going to launch alongside the Breaker. Next spotlight section is going to be the Light of Destiny story update. The focus of this story is going to be that the Lost Ark's location is getting closer to being revealed. Sacria is beginning to investigate some of the events that occurred in Plecha, and as the situation becomes more unpredictable, it will be up to you to face the chaos as you follow the path of the Light of Destiny. This update is going to reveal the location of the Lost Ark, which will bring us closer to the end of story chapter 1. It's going to be a story that answers some of the most important questions of the journey to find the Lost Ark after what happened in Voldus, and bring you to a new location, which is going to be the island of Praeteria. So along with the Light of Destiny story update, there's going to be a few new things arriving. So like I just mentioned, the new island of Praeteria is going to be added. And that's going to come with its own island soul, a new Una's task that's only available after finishing the story. There's going to be new titles and achievements as well. And just so you're aware, the Light of Destiny story is going to require item level 1520. There's going to be some new relevant quests added, of course, and the starting quest is called the Lost Key. This quest can be accepted in either Voldus, North Vern, or Elgacia.
Is this on each character?
And of course,
Light of Destiny is a purple quest. You complete it once in the roster.
There's some prerequisite quests that you're going to need to complete, such as Adento's Legacy, the Voldus World quest, Awakening, the Sunset Promise Isle Adventure quest.
Adentio.
And once you complete those, you're going to be able to check out this new storyline. It's also important to note that in 2 weeks after this update, after this Light of Destiny story update, we're going to be releasing the Saintone Prelude story event as well. So make
Prelude. Yeah, this is a cool one. This is the one that with the crazy ass cutscene. If they mind, this is a good quest. There's the one that I told you changes Lutera.
Make sure to play this over the next 2 weeks, and we'll have some more release notes and details on the Saintone Prelude once we get closer to that update. The final of the big spotlight features is the new Arcasia Tour. Arcasia Tour is a horizontal catch-up mechanic that has 4 tiers of missions. It's built to help players catch up on islands, their adventure tome, skill points, and a ton more. This event is supposed to make it easier for new and returning players to play with their friends and enjoy the endgame.
They call it an event, but it's a permanent feature. It's not an event.
Or just help current players fill in any gaps in their collection of horizontal content rewards. Each tier requires you to complete a task, and once you've completed all 3 submissions, you'll be able to claim rewards that horizontally progress your character. Completing all of the missions is going to give you hundreds of rewards, including skill runes up to legendary, skill potions, stat potions.
Do you get EXP roster from completing this event? Up to 50 roster levels, depending on what completes for you. Is Tor once per account or server? Once per server. You can do it on each server.
Emotes, song unlocks, cards, Fions, silver, Providence stones, masterpieces, omnium stars, giant hearts, island souls, rapport items, mounts, all sorts of stuff from collecting and venturing around the world.
The adventure tome, just so you understand it better, it will auto-complete a shit ton of them, up to 70% of the stuff. It'll go higher than 70% if it's stuff that you, like, if you completed like some of the other stuff, but like if you touched absolutely nothing in the adventures tome, it would do 70% of like most of them. And again, as we talked about, there are 22 sea voyage maps that it completes automatically. Some of them are annoying ones, so it's pretty easy to get the purple wealth rune after doing this. You only need 12 more after that, and a bunch of them you can just get from traveling merchants.
Hopefully that gives, you know, the point of what this is for. To check it out, the Arcasia Tour can be viewed through the...
What if you really advance on horizontal? Then this shit ain't for you. You'll probably get some stuff out of it, though. Even I got some horizontal stuff out of it. I've been playing for a gig a long time.
The icon located at the top left of the minimap. If certain continents are related to the Arcasia Tour, that continent will have an icon in the Adventurer's Tome as well, upper left-hand corner. And once you hover over it with your mouse, a pop-up will appear with a system guide. For the tour, all rewards per mission can be claimed by clicking the completion reward buttons. Some of the rewards that require players to go through the content will not be included there. And one thing to know is there will be some additional rewards if you just do if you were to do the normal storyline all the way through, for example. So it's kind of up to player discretion to figure out if you want to play through the content as it was originally, or use the Arcasia Tour to kind of...
What are the missions like? They're very basic. The odds are when you log in, you'll already have all of them done if you're an existing player. and you just click claim, and that'll be it. You won't even actually have to do anything.
Progress through it in that express way. If the rewards have already been obtained by the players, they won't be granted again either, which is
Yes, they released it nerfed. Facilitator was released unnerfed. If they released Breaker unnerfed, you guys would bitch and moan that they're trying to milk you before nerfing it later. If anything, it's a good thing that Breaker's released nerfed. To set your expectations straight. To be fair, come on now.
which is important to know. The Arcadia Tour will help with horizontal content all the way to Punica and its related
Punica!
content. With players, wanting to catch up to Thamine and maybe fill in those skill runes or skill points to make their character feel as impactful, or for new players just wanting to catch up and get into Lost Ark's endgame, this is a great opportunity to get through a lot of those kind of grindier systems in an express way while still experiencing it to some degree. So we're super excited to add this to the game for players.
It is a really good
All right,
thing.
let's talk about events. There are
That actually helps new players so much.
ton of events arriving in this update. Like I mentioned before, we really want players to reach the end game, make sure that they are receiving the support that they need to get to Thamine, or level up their.
Henry, if you're listening to this, the green screen lighting is very good in whatever studio setup you're using. I just thought I would mention that. Good job.
New characters. So as players strive to reach the item levels required for existing and upcoming endgame content on either their main character or an alt, we've planned a suite of events to support players. While the number of events we're going to talk through might be a little bit overwhelming to go through all at once.
What do you mean green screen? Yeah, they lit a fucking fire behind them.
Our goal here was to kind of separate the rewards into various events so that players were able to mix and match or focus all the events onto a single character. This just provides the best options for support since everyone's journey in Lost Ark is a little bit different. A new player might need to focus all the events to reach endgame faster, whereas if you have a roster with a bunch of characters, you can kind of pick and choose where to place these events strategically to maximize the rewards and build the roster that you want, as Lost Ark's endgame matures and we get.
Yeah, I'm glad that they have it separate, the Road to Thamine and the Express. A lot of people really wanted that, and that's different from the Korean version where it's just one thing that you assign to a character.
Access to some of these new raids. So with that, let's dive in. There's a ton, but we're going to go through every single one of them. So the first event is going to be an Elgasia Event Power Pass. This is going to drop players off in Elgasia at item level 1460 and can be claimed and used until July 17th, at which point it expires if you haven't used it. There's not going to be any restrictions for players to use this Power Pass, apart from not being able to use it on a character that's already above that target item level. But for players that don't have a character at 1490 yet and are just using this to jump right into the end game, trading on the auction house is going to be blocked for 3 days. That is to ping on the auction yet and are just level. But for players that don't have a character at 1490 yet and are just using this to jump right into the end game, trading on the auction house.
So that's anti-bot measure. So if you're a brand new account and you don't have a 1490 character prior to using this, you can't use the auction house for 3 days.
Is going to be blocked for 3 days. That is to prevent bot abuse, to make sure that new bot accounts aren't able to progress to endgame levels right away and interact with the auction house. But hopefully in those first few days, for new players, there will be a ton of content to experience before they need to engage with some of those systems.
Do they get free bro gear when you reach 1490? Yes. For the past character.
The next event is going to be a Super Makoko Express, and this is built to pair really well with the Elgasia Power Pass. Players are going to be able to designate one character between item level 1460, where the Power Pass drops you off at, all the way to 1580 on their roster to participate in this Super Makoko Express event. In the event, you're going to have discounted honing rates, discounted gold requirements, and you're going to earn honing materials to quickly level up to item level 1580 through reward chests that include silver, honing materials, higher level gems, 7s and 8s, engravings, and a ton more. So here's some of the specific benefits that are, I think, super great as you're trying to level up. The first is going to be a honing percentage increase. From 1460 to 1475, you're going to get a flat 20% honing chance increase. From 1475 to 1490, 15%. From 1510 to 1520, you're going to get a 20% increase. And then from 1520 all the way up to 1580, you're going to get a flat 10% honing increase. So on top of that, there's actually going to be a honing materials discount as well. From 1460 to 1490, you're going to have a 70% material discount. From 1490 to 1580, it's going to be a 60% discount. There's going to be a specific leapstone discount as well. 1460 to 1490 is going to be a 40% discount. And then from 1510 to 1580, accounting for the jump from relic to ancient gear, which
that's kind of a
increases
lot.
your gear a little bit, you're going to get 60% all the way to 1580 from that point.
God damn.
So 60% leapstones, absolutely huge. And once again, the final one, gold discount. From 1460 to 1490, no gold is currently required to hone to 1490. That will continue, no gold required at all. And then from 1490 all the way to 1580 is going to be a 65% gold cost reduction. So absolutely huge. You know, our goal with this is to make sure that players get to 1580 right away and get to start experiencing the end game of Lost Ark.
You better take care of those new Makokos, chat. You better let them into your lobbies, and your Archon normal lobbies, and your Kangle hard mode lobbies. You better let them in. You better take real good care of them, all right? I'll be watching you. I will be watching you.
Of course, for new players, it's still important that they participate in some of those raids. You know, play Belshazzar, play some of those other raids to build that foundation of knowledge. So we hope that this helps them get to where their friends are at raiding in the end game, while still getting to play the game and learn some of the basics. On top of all the honing changes with the Super Makoko Express, there are also...
Is this new or did Kara get that? I don't remember because honestly I honed through those levels so fast with the update that makes you skip the screen that I just really... It was all just a blur. I really don't remember a goddamn thing.
Combat style setting support options for players to easily set skills and engravings through presets, and get item support for accessories with relevant stats, and ability stones as well. The Super Makoko Express event also includes engraving support system that gives you a free 5x3 setup. If you're new to the game, that means that you get 5 engravings at level 3 during the event. And you're going to be able to use all of that through the Super Makoko Express UI in the game. The Super Makoko Express event is going to last until July 17th, just like the Power Pass. It's really important to know that the character cannot change once the event target character has received a honing buff. So make sure that you're being really intentional about which character you're activating these events on. Next event is going to be called Descend into Darkness. Brace yourself for the upcoming onslaught of the Darkness Legion and its leader, the most powerful Legion demon commander, Thamine. The road to Thamine has been renamed to Descend into Darkness as players prepare for the Darkness Legion commander's arrival in April. The rewards are going to differ a little bit from previous iterations of the event. Players that are familiar saw this event release in Korea, and then also our spin on it a few months ago with the Path of the Soul Eater event. This event is going to be similar, have a similar UI, similar feel, but like I mentioned earlier, we broke out some of the benefits of this event into other events that we're going to talk about after this one, just so players had a lot of customability on how to use these events. So I don't want you, as I'm reading through this, to get worried that the event is much worse. The event is just different,
still 4
and
level
there
8
are also
gems.
more events accompanying it. So with that, let's dive into some of the details. Descend into Darkness is built to help progress a single character quickly from 1580 to 1600. So picking up where the Super Makoko left off, if that's the character that you want to take from 1580 to 1600. And then on top of trying to get to 1600 quickly, it's going to provide additional support as players approach Thamine normal at item level 1610.
It's just, you know, those like some mats to help along the way.
So let's dive into what exactly this event is going to provide. So a gear honing support effect is going to be applied when honing a Khan ancient gear from 1580. That's going to decrease the amount of gold and materials needed to hone it, along with granting double Artisan's energy.
That's kind of cracked.
So you're going to receive double Artisan's energy when honing a Khan gear from 1580 to 1600. You're also going to get caches of rewards every 5 item levels from 1580 to 1610, with a particularly valuable reward at 1600. Rewards are going to include things like silver, gold, honing materials, honing books, card packs, and a ton more valuable items, all the way up to legendary elixirs at the highest level.
Those are the silver elixirs, the special event elixirs. They're really good ones.
Top of that, you're going to get 25% honing materials discount and a 25% gold discount. On top of all that, there's going to be special missions to earn additional raid and abyssal dungeon materials, including bonuses of Empyrean of Contemplation from the Triangle Abyssal Dungeon, Eye of Decay from the Akan.
That's 5 more of the Empyrean whatever from Triangle per gate, and 20 more eyes per gate in a con. Every gate you complete, you get 20 more eyes.
Legion raid, and additional honing material chests from completing chaos dungeons. So those are all the rewards and all the things it gives you. It can be used on a single character, which cannot be changed or transferred.
Slightly different than the SE event. I believe in the SE event you got 15 per gate. This one is 20.
And you can use it on a character between item level 1580 until 1600. And like the other events, it's going to stick around all the way until July 17th. So the next event is going to be called the Extra Endgame Content Clear Rewards.
That's not a very clever name. That's very straightforward.
It's a new event built around rewarding players for clearing current endgame content and helping players get ready for the upcoming raids arriving in April and beyond.
Suddenly music.
The extra rewards will include protection and
What,
obliteration
Henry?
stones, leap stones,
I
and
can't
honor
hear you,
shards that
Henry!
correspond to the item level of the activity. Extra rewards will be granted when clearing either the normal or hard modes of the following activities. Brelshaza,
Thank you.
Legion Raid Gate 3, Triangle Abyssal Dungeon Gate 3, Akan Legion Raid Gate 3, and Ivory Tower Abyssal Dungeon Gate 4. The extra rewards will be available to all characters on a player's roster.
I don't think we had this in Korea, so that's actually a pretty cool reward. So every time you finish a raid on any character, and it's not like an event designated one, you get bonus like materials. That sounds kind of sick. I want something like that.
No need to designate a character in this event. And these are also going to stick around until July 17th. I think this one's a lot of fun because you just get a bunch of extra bonus mats from clearing the raids that you're already kind of participating in.
See, I like events like that where you don't have to go out of your way to complete them. It's just like a cherry on top of what the fuck you're already doing. That's good stuff.
It's just, you know, a boost that we're trying to reward players with as they continue to push their characters. So make sure you get in and do all of your weekly, at least your weekly gold earning raids, maybe a few extras as well. All right, another event, the Honing Event Mission. This event is designed to help players as they hone their Akan Ancient gear and work to progress toward higher item level.
July 17th is actually extremely likely to be Echidna. That's when all the events end, but yeah, keep in mind that Russia is getting Echidna 3 months after Thamine was just released. Like, they already have their roadmap for it. So July 17th seems like a pretty likely prospect for Echidna and Curzon.
Levels. The effective target for this.
Don't forget that Echidna as a raid has the same item level requirement for hard mode as Thamine, so don't feel pressured to rush your item level. It is a very important thing to get Echidna as quickly as possible, because the sooner you get Echidna, the sooner you get access to advanced honing, which means 1620 players will have an easier ride to 1630 if they are parking there. As that's it, thank you for the 8 months.
This is a character between item level 1580 and 1619. Once again, please note that you cannot change the target character once an event target is selected. And in this event, when players hone upper ancient gear, Akan gear, on their designated character, They're going to be given honing materials such as metallurgy and mending books and gold just to help keep them honing and just make that progression all the way up to 1620 go a little bit easier. So to kind of dive into this, the way it's going to work is after the first weapon hone, a player's attempt, players are going to receive 2 metallurgy.
I mean, it might seem meh as an individual thing, but considering there's like 4 fucking events and Frog on top of that, there's a lot of shit going on at the same time for character growth support. This seems more of a banger than your anniversary by far.
Selection chests. Then on top of that, players are going to receive 2 metallurgy selection chests and 2,500 gold after their 4th, 8th, 12th, and 16th weapon hone attempt.
So that's 10,000 gold and 8 of those books.
Similarly,
and then another 10,000 gold and 48 selection chests. I wonder if there's one in each box. 80th is not a lot, chat. You tap the button for honing way more than 80 times, chat. Try not to pretend like 80 is a lot.
After the first armor hone attempt, players are going to receive 12 mending selection chests. Players will then receive 12 mending selection chests and 2,500 gold after their 20th.
Wait, could you imagine one tapping back to back to back though? And then you have plus 25 everything, but you don't get any of these rewards and you have nothing left to hone. PP hands.
40th, 60th, and 80th armor
suffering
honing
from
attempts.
success.
So this pairs really well with some of the other events. If you're trying to hone, just get some gold, get some books to help with that honing session. Or, this one does go all the way up to 1619. So if it's a character that you're really trying to keep pushing, either to Voldus hard mode or past to all the way up to Thamine hard, perhaps, this event is just built to make that honing feel a little bit easier and give you some bonus rewards as well. So with this update, the anniversary events are going to end, of course. So we're going to have a new event with its own event shop, as players have come to expect, kind of on a monthly basis. So this month...
What if you attempt honing on your 19th, 39th, 70th? I think it's cumulative in general. So like once you start honing armors, that's when the counter will go up, regardless if you succeed or not.
The Arcasia Grand Prix is going to return. The fan favorite Naruni Racing is going to come back, and in this mode, 2 teams of 7 players.
I like Naruni Racing. That's definitely one of the better events that they've made in general in Lost Ark.
Will compete against each other, racing around a course while transformed and trying to prevent the other team from progressing. You can earn event coins that can be exchanged for a variety of impactful
fucking noob! How you get hit by that hammer?
Rewards. Make sure to check out the special tab in the store as well. An NPC named the Arcasia Grand Prix Manager will arrive in every major city to help you enter the event. Players must be level 50 to enter the...
I wonder if you'll get the event coins just from doing your dailies though, or if there's anything from this that's mandated, like for like stronghold decorations or stuff like that.
Event, and the Grand Prix is going to last until May 22nd. Next thing is the Golden Frog event shop. The Golden Frog is actually going to stick around for an additional month, lasting until April 17th. For players that haven't seen it currently in game, it's a shop where players can exchange gold for valuable
Cappuccino, I think,
such
for the new
as
Prime.
honing materials, legendary engravings, card packs, and a ton more. There's also a special tab where you can earn Toad tokens, which can then be redeemed for additional really powerful items, such as like legendary selectors and a bunch of really cool stuff. We're excited to keep this in game for an additional month. We know...
What's worth buying from the Gold Frog? Is everything worth buying or no? Only certain things?
Some players really liked the current iteration of the event where you can kind of focus it all on one character, and some players wish that they could still purchase it on all their characters. So by leaving it in an additional month, we hope that every player is super happy with the offerings and the things that they're going to be able to get from the Frog. get all the card XP,
My friend the
all
frog.
the honing materials, and everything else they need to keep progressing. So to round out the
Under normal circumstances, I would say that I'm very envious of your version right now. On the other hand, I'm a filthy whale, so what else can I say?
event section, we just have a couple general event updates. Daily playtime rewards will continue, but be refreshed with the new event tokens. Otherwise, the rewards will remain the same. We also added a new daily login reward track, and new Fever Time events have been added for this month. All right, let's cover the store updates.
Wait. Wow, 30 minutes.
So the big update this month is going to be a new Arc Pass, which is the Immortal Phantasmic Beast.
I know that the Immortal Phantasmic Beast is supposed to refer to the phoenix that carries the cage, but I like to think that this Arc Pass is named after the duck.
Arc Pass. I'm not going to cover everything about how an Arc Pass works in this video. If you want to learn about what an Arc Pass is, there's some details for that in the store section of the release notes. Make sure to check that out. But the TLDR is there's a free section that everyone will have access to that gives you 30 levels of awesome rewards. Then there's a premium section, which you can purchase, and a super premium purchase section as well.
Wait, they still do that? I thought there was only like normal and premium. I didn't know they did the 3 tracks.
Gives cosmetics. So let's take a quick look at what those cosmetics are for this Arc Pass, since that's usually what players are most excited about. And then, once again, if you want to learn more about what an Arc Pass is, make sure to check it out in the full release notes. Let's see what's in store for this Arc Pass.
Yeah, the music choice is definitely a bit odd. Ducks! Yeah! They're so fucking out of place. It's unreal. So in Korea we had the Arc Pass as well, and it had the bird cage mount. These outfits were not in our Arc Pass. Our Arc Pass in order to get these outfits in Korea, you have to play in a PC cafe and log 100 hours at that PC cafe. And then you get the outfit for free. In quotation marks.
So on top of the new Arc Pass coming, we of course have some cosmetics for the new Breaker class. So there's going to be 3 cosmetic sets accompanying the Breaker's launch. First off, we have the Breaker launch skin. We also have the Breaker Unity and Providence skins, which were in the store for all the other classes last month. And then on top of that, we're adding the Breaker Yaz skin for the Leap collection.
So in Korea, we don't have a Breaker skin in that particular collection, so they're duplicating the Striker one for Breaker because you don't have the third Yaz season yet.
As Breaker was released after Yaz's Leap season was created, Breaker's gonna have the same legendary skin appearance as the Striker.
That shit's weird, by the way. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen before.
But it will be in game for players that want to have that legendary skin.
That also happened to the Chinese version. The Chinese version also got that skin.
For it. And then just a few general store updates. There's gonna be a Voldus Power Pass that will now be available from the Power Pass UI in the character selection screen.
If I have a Striker, can I give it a Breaker? No.
And then we also changed the color of a buy button within the store. All right, so we made it through the events, we made it through the spotlight. What's left is gonna be about 5,000 words in the full release notes article that I'm gonna try and sum up. I'm gonna cover some highlights that I know players are expecting, but I'm not gonna be able to read through every single update because that would make this video like an hour long. So if you want that level of granular detail, make sure to read through the full release notes. But if you're fine with just hearing the highlight reel, stay tuned to the rest of this video and we'll talk through some of those highlights. So a ton of stronghold improvements, UI improvements, combat changes, raid updates all came in. So that's some of what we're going to go through, and then a few more general things as well. And let's just rapid fire our way through this. Kick things off, we added 2 new male and 2 new female hairstyles.
Oh, you should show them then.
Things off.
Show them. Don't just hover over old hairs.
We added 2 new male and 2 new female hairstyles. Wandering.
All right, -1 for that one, Henry.
Merchants have seen some changes. We boosted the chance of legendary cards appearing in each continent, and then also added some legendary cards that can now appear. So Carmine has been added to the inventory of the Rethramis Wandering Merchant Ben, and Azena and Inanna was added to the inventory of the Roendel Wandering Merchant Erisur. So for players that enjoy...
Yeah, so that's pretty important because that means now 3 of the LOS cards are from merchants, and they boosted the legendary card rate merchant appearance rate significantly.
Siege content, 3 new raid matches have been added. There's Thunderwings, S rank at item level 1610.
I heard ass rank.
Don't know how to pronounce this because I haven't really said it out loud before,
Nice.
but Enchiladas is S rank at item level 1500.
What the fuck? Enchiladas?
And Mawake is S rank at 1580. We also improved Siege PvP for several of the PvP islands.
Enchilada.
Such as Medea, Slime, and a bunch of those other super important GVG and PvP activities. So make sure if you are a PvPer who enjoys those siege events to go check out the full section there. There were a ton of island updates across the board, but one of the most important is that the entrance method was improved for adventure and dynamic islands. This now allows matchmaking with all players within all servers in a region. So you're not just playing with the people in your server. So if you're trying to complete some of that horizontal content on those niche islands that not a ton of people go to, you'll now have a much bigger pool of players to try those islands with. Some combat changes. We changed the motions of Glavier, Deadeye, and Gunslinger so that stance swapping in combat looks more natural. Switching over to the raid stuff, players are now going to be able to check the status of content that resets every 2 weeks, like Belshazzar Gate 4, in the Task Tracker UI and Party Finder before entering certain activities. There are also some balance changes to Kakul Seidon Normal and Rehearsal Gate 3, making it a little bit easier for players. In both normal and rehearsal mode, players touching the cogwheel no
It's a saw blade.
longer die. Instead, they'll be inflicted with massive damage. We lowered the stagger points required to clear the Offer the Sacrifice pattern, and lowered the damage for the circus balls and missiles appearing in the side-scrolling Mario minigame pattern. If a player fails to remove the doll's curse placed upon another player in the side-scrolling minigame pattern, the player with the curse gets a debuff instead of dying instantly. Also, brand debuff obtained from entering the side-scrolling minigame pattern will be removed when using the sidereal skill of Inanna. And then this applies to normal mode, but not rehearsal mode. The puzzling curse pattern has been removed. The stagger amplification effect was buffed when pulling on the lever in the 4th Offer the Sacrifice pattern. We also had some honing QOL changes come in, which we know players have been looking forward to. Makes it just the whole QOL pulling on the lever. And
the puzzling curse is the HP flip mechanic, I think. That's what chat was saying.
The 4th Offer the Sacrifice pattern. We also had some honing QOL changes come in, which we know players have been looking forward to. Makes it just the whole honing experience feel a little bit more natural, and also allows you to use additional materials easier and set it up so that it uses them every time rather than having to manually enter in how many additional materials you want to use for.
Honing is so stupid fast, you've never been able to evaporate your materials faster than ever before.
Every single hone. This next one's a really important one. It is the progression boost. We expanded the Arcturus' touch boundaries to now include Plague Legion Commander Akan, normal mode and hard mode gates 1 to 3, the Abyssal Dungeon Kaingol, Eternal Cradle of Light, normal mode gates 2 and 3, and hard mode gates 1 to 3.
About the Acacia Tour, do you know what they mean by some of the rewards that require players to go through the needed content will not be included here? Player discretion is needed to decide whether or not to play the content or use the Acacia Tour. I think it means that if you claim the rewards on some of these things, then you cannot actually do the content itself if you actually care about like the stories and stuff from them.
And then for new and returning adventurer buffs, benefits will now be applied to the highest item level character in the roster up to item level 1540. We also expanded the boundaries of Procyon's protection to...
In KR, was it 2 weeks or 3 weeks for full Akan armor for normal mode with Express Road? 3 weeks.
To the Legion raid for Phantom Legion Commander Belshazzar, hard modes gates 3 and 4, and then Plague Legion Commander Akan, normal modes gates 1 to 3, and Abyssal Dungeon Kaingol, hard mode gates 1 to 3 as well. We also added some changes to improve progression materials. So Ability Stone upgrade material Light Spear is no longer even obtainable from hard mode. That's the first one. So instead, you'll just be getting the levels 2, 3, and 4 instead. And then finally, I know at the top of the video, we announced that Breaker would be releasing with its balance updates. That balance update in Korea also had some Deathblade changes, so those are going to be coming over as well. For Deathblades, the PvE damage of Surge was reduced by 2.3%, and the damage effects within the Surge engraving has been reduced from 45, 60, 85% increase.
I don't remember what this actually equates out to for Surge. I think the Surge players have already mapped it out and how much damage is actually being reduced. If you're wondering for Breaker what the nerf is, the nerf is fuck, what was it? It was like 4% for Kingfist and a little bit less than 4% for Shura. Something like that. Plus minus 1%.
Based on your level of engraving to 40, 55, or 80%. And that covers the highlights. Thanks for joining me for another episode of Patch Notes with Henry. Not to sound like a broken record, there's a ton more detail, ton more changes, all in the full release notes. We just wanted to make sure that this video...
Henry, you forgot to talk about skill transparency. That's in the patch notes. That should be in this video. A lot of people happy about that.
Isn't too long and is
Real talk though, good video.
digestible for everyone watching. Make sure to like and subscribe if this type of video is helpful. And we want to leave you with a community question. What character are you going to use these events on, and why are you using them on that character?
Bard, because I'm a Bard main and I'm doing my job. I'm doing my part.
What makes that one so special, and what's the secret, and why should everyone else be doing what you're doing? Thanks a ton for joining us once again. Really appreciate it, and we'll see you in Arcasia.
All right, the patch is pretty fire. There's a lot of stuff there that wasn't even in Korea. This feels more anniversary than your anniversary, I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty fucking good. Holy shit. If you are listening, Henry, the green screen looks great. You didn't show the fucking hairs, you just highlighted over random hairs. And that's about it. Really good video. Really good video. Did they only put the nerfs part of the balance patches in? That balance patch only had those 2 nerfs and that was it. There was nothing else in it. You see we get Sork Bus with Daemon then? On the next base build. Haha. You show us the Breaker release skin? It's in the patch notes. I'll show you guys the hairs. Can we add this emote, please? Sure. And because people might want to see how much of an impact it could have, this is the normal Aeromancer ult. This is with the effects all the way turned down to 10%. Did we get that update? It is in your update. It wasn't in the video, but it's in the patch notes. The setting is in your gameplay options, and the setting is per character. You have one setting for your own effects and one setting for other people's effects. You barely see the difference. Here's the original again. And 10% again. This is probably the most extreme example, but it should help for any class that's kind of effect heavy. Like if you're playing Sorceress or Grizzle Aeromancer, etc. What were those server messages? We're going in main in Korea later, in a few hours. What percent do you play at? On my Aeromancer and Sork, I play at 10%. On all my other characters, I play at 100%. Because all my other characters don't really have heavy effects. Look, I've been playing Pistolier for so long that I don't even know what it looked like before the animation improvement. Doesn't KR also have an option to cap FPS? Yes, but it came in a later update. We have an update that allows you to cap the FPS as well as set the background FPS. This came in a different update very recently. Come on, guys. Different base build. Get with the program. We don't get double Akon and Kang on mats, right? You do. It's in the patch notes. Ow, fuck.
Sane lurk.
Izzy Codex, thank you for the 18 months. Thank you for the year and a half. Do we also get Brel gear from the start or relic gear? Whichever character you assign the express to at the 1490 box right here, you'll get a box that has the full ancient gear from Brel. So if you use the pass on a character, you'll start with 1460 gear. Then you hone that to 1490 gear, and then you switch to this equipment. Again, make sure you pay attention to the qualities on the 1460 gear because they might be better than the qualities on this gear, and you may want to preserve them rather than just throwing out that gear. Just be careful about that.
Thanks for everything you do.
God, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you for supporting the channel. Can you get high quality? Of course you can. You can get up to 100 quality. Yeah, you had to transfer them to do that. Do we still get 7s at 1540? At 1540, you still get those gems. I don't know where they are, though. They're somewhere. Just trust me, you do. I threw mine out. Is it 1560? Yeah, I chucked mine out, so I don't still have mine. And the level 8s are right here. Is a Hornet Zontal event happening? Yes. Does a level 8 box expire ever? No. No. Also, just as a general heads up, all of the free weapon and armor taps that you get from this event are character bound. They are not roster bound. So you can't use them on other characters. So, you know, for all you guys that would be getting 100 quality right out the box, I think you should just keep that in mind. Is the Brel Gearbox roster bound? No. It is not. Oh yeah, that's also worth mentioning. 4 of the books for level 4 ability stone are also in here. So if you saved the box that has the books, you probably don't even need to use it because you should be getting 4 more right there. I saved the box? Well, now you could use it on another character. Yeah, it's a lot of events at the same time. Some of those events that they talked about, we did not have in Korea, so it is pretty cool to see the West doing additional support. I feel like that is kind of a direct countenance to people saying that they don't have as much time as Korean players to reach certain contents. Is it a good time to come back to Lost Ark? Yes. Did you do some MSQ before power passing? No. I did cubes for all of my leveling up. Does Stay Mine need cleanse in any gates? Cleanse can be helpful, but there's not really many things that you can cleanse that a Sacred Charm can't do. No spoilers, please, but are we getting that follow-up story of Armin? Yes. Can you wear Striker's founder skins on Breaker? No. $1580s won't be able to get Express. I think if you're over 1580, you can't apply the Express on a character, but you could use the path. It seems that they've been split. At least that's how I interpreted it. Could you please let me know the Voldus Power Pass gives ancient gear? I would have to buy it. I don't want to buy it. What is your opinion in switching mains from Soul Eater to Breaker? The idea is very funny to me that you switched mains to Soul Eater and now you're switching mains to Breaker because it's the new hot topic. And then I would look forward to your next main swap in the summer. Hey Cannon, thanks for the raid. Oh, Voldus Pass gives like plus 13 ancient gear. Does it? For science, I will waste my money and buy a Voldus Pass. And let you know what you get for it. Why? Because it's not my money, it's your money. On my Bard, of course. Kiki, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. See? It's your money. Thank you kindly for that, for the 10 gifted subs. And Sarish, thank you for the 23 months.
Hope you are having a great day, oh whoa.
Step aside, Beatrice. I've things to do. And it's not you. Maintenance in 3 hours. Oh, that's kind of neat. I shall be the best support ever. Nightmare Bard. Pog. Plus 13, 15, 20 gear. I guess it just starts at level 2, huh? Or level 2. Damn, 1520 Bard. Why does your Bard have skins? So that she looks good in my stronghold. What do you mean? How do you transfer? This isn't the pass that you'll have. You'll have 1460 gear on. I mean, the pass that you start off with will start you with 1460 gear in Algacia, and then the free Brel gear that you get will be 1490. So you just transfer it over through the honing NPC if it has much better quality. Wait. I didn't know you get to use ancient accessories under 1540. Hmm. Thank you for the heads up, KJ. Alright, we have a maintenance in 15 minutes in Korea. Well, as I've now proven myself as one of your kind fellow supporters, I am also a Bard main. I will now take questions in the last 15 minutes or so. I, much like all of you fellow supporters, with my Nightmare Bard, Stigma or Harp, Stigma Dick, you would never believe that I'm 31 years old. With the humor of a prepubescent teen. We demand barge? Yeah, I mean, sure. I feel like all support mains should have this in their emote repertoire. Well, undoubtedly, I'm going to have to answer a lot of these questions in tonight's stream when you actually get your hands on this class. But if you are looking for a Shura Breaker guide, you can write !breaker and it will bring you there on YouTube. I published it 2 weeks ago. I am not making a King Fist guide. I do not plan on doing that. However, Benji published a video on King Fist. I haven't seen it myself as I don't play the build. One reason not to make a breaker, because a lot of people will make one, I guess. If you want to be a special snowflake, it's like the new hot. No boobs. Yeah, there you go. Front attack. Yeah, but the thing about front attack is if you try front attack and then you realize that you don't like it, you can literally just switch to a non-positional build. A very, very powerful non-positional build. Just switch? Yeah, I mean, just switch. You could literally try it with the engraving support. It actually is a just switch forehead when you can click 2 buttons and try the other build. If you're playing Shura Breaker, you're playing a build that is based off of doing a shit ton of punches like that. If you're playing the other build, the main cosmetic feature of your class is the main cosmetic feature of your class is 2 skills. That's the other build. Do you have a macro for your breaker? No. I just have a very good pointer finger. Do I have to click really fast? No. I showed earlier that an astonishing 4 clicks per second is plenty. Do we break the game if we use a 0.01 second macro? No, and you'll barely be faster than someone clicking. Even if you're doing 100 clicks per second. Compared to Hunger Reaper, how active is Breaker? Less or more? Shura Breaker is very, very active. Both builds of Breaker will keep you very busy. You're always doing something, whether you're Shura or Burger King. If you're Shura, you're always casting to build your meter. And if you're playing Burger King build, you're constantly doing these enhanced autos to lower the cooldown of your skills and then going straight into building. They're both busy builds. Shura is probably a bit busier. Have you ever tried doing a MASH cosplay from Mashal? No. Could probably pull that off though. It's probably doable. Shura has a higher ceiling, right? Yes. Under optimal conditions, Shura has approximately a 15% higher ceiling. However, King Fist is the type of build that can in fact approach its theoretical ceiling in real raid. Which is, I mean, they're both busted. They're both very strong. But it's releasing nerfed. They're both still very, very strong. I mean, to get an idea of King Fist, I think people who were 1620 King Fists with like full elixir set and everything were pulling like 34 mil in Trixian. And I was like, what the fuck is that? It is absurdly high. As a non-positional. There's a reason why Burger King actually ended up getting a bigger nerf than Shura. It's because everyone kind of recognizes that on average, Burger King is actually stronger. But if you get good enough at a given content, Shura will outperform Burger King. With enough practice, Shura can outperform Burger King. There's just a little bit of a learning curve. Not with the class, but just the content and how it applies to your class. Shura in general is a very easy build. Both builds are extremely easy in terms of knowing what to press. But for many people, you'll have to learn the head attack windows. And they're different head attack windows than Destroyer and Gunlancer. If you play Destroyer or Gunlancer, some of your knowledge will transfer over on good patterns, but not all of them. Because Breaker can DPS easier than your classes, Destroyer and Gun Lancer, so there's more patterns that you can actually DPS on and get out. Is Shura floor low? Yes. If you don't know content well, you will suffer a lot on Shura initially. And then as you get better at it, it'll get much better. Again, the difficulty of Shura is not in the class, it's in the content. So if you're unfamiliar with safe head attack patterns, you will suffer on it until you become like familiar with them. Anybody can do that. It just takes time. So if it feels really bad initially, it gets better. Kifu, thank you for the 3 months. Is there any ping-related issues with Breaker? No, Breaker's a very ping-friendly class because he's a very durable class. As in, you can make mistakes, get punished, and survive to tell the tale. Actual feelings on Kingfist name change, not really that important because, yeah, not really a big deal. Does Shura and Kingfist have similar durability? No, because Shura has access to the shield. Kingfist or Burger King does not, but Burger King is non-positional, so never has to place himself in harm's way. Does Breaker need good gems in order to do good DPS? All classes need good gems in order to do good DPS. A bit overwhelmed because I'm a returner. My main is 1560 now, and I don't know if I should use the Mokoko pass on this one or another one. Use it on your main. Why not? How many good gems? There is a damage breakdown chart in the video guide. And so you can get a good idea of how many gems you want to use based off of that figure. I don't really know your situation and how many gems you can muster. Which support would you be most excited to have in your raid? I'm a brand new player. While Bard is very good, it's usually only going to shine in expert parties. For most intents and purposes, most people will either prefer to play with an artist unless they play Nightmare, Boundless MP classes, in which case they'll usually prefer to play with a Paladin or a Bard. Either or, but for most people who play supports, they tend to have more issues with Bard than Paladin or Artist, so it's usually a bit more recommended to steer towards those two classes for a more comfortable time. So to break the frequency, you just need to stop clicking for a moment? Yes. The sequence break, you just let go, and then you just start clicking again after you see the hook. If you do it right, you'll know you do it right because your character will keep punching even when the meter is empty for like a second. I already showed those earlier, Hellerice. Best breaker skill to have a level 10 cooldown gem? The King's Advance. How long would it take to get full Akan gear on new characters doing only normal mode now? If you have the Express, it'll take 3 weeks on only normal mode. How long did it take for you to master that? You do not need any time to master this. All you're doing is let go, then click. It's super simple. You guys will all understand how to do it within seconds of trying it. Can we be lazy with Breaker? There are some stress points with Breaker, which is mainly what is the earliest and most convenient time to use your Z skill. You're probably already aware of this fact, but if you're not using your Z, you're losing precious resources building to the next Z. So the hardest part about this class, and it's the only difficult thing about this class, is determining the perfect window to unload your Z on a boss at the earliest possible time. And your damage is more or less dictated by that. So for every fight, it's a little bit different than the next fight. Some classes you play and you'll play them exactly the same for pretty much every fight, but for Breaker, there's a little bit more nuance to it. Because you are bound by positional in a fairly long damage window. Is sequence breaking mandatory or just some ceiling chase? It's recommended that you learn how to sequence break because even if you don't do it well, you're usually going to get about 12% more damage on your Z, which is kind of a lot when it makes up around half of your damage. Oh, the server are about to close. It's really easy though. I think you'll be able to pick it up with ease. Can't you play non-positional Shura? It's not possible without losing literally like 50% of the damage. Unlike back attack, the positional for head attack is worth 20% damage innately versus back attack's 5%. So you stand to lose way more if you try to play a head attack as a non-positional. But does the pass skip to Algacia though? The power pass that it comes with will automatically complete the Algacia questline. Is the level 10 CD gem for your A skill more important than a higher damage gem for Shura finisher? No. Prioritize that first. Is Breaker Stagger good? It's average. I want to say it's good, but if you're a Breaker and it's a DR Stagger check, you're probably not going to throw your Flash of Light into it, which is your fastest instantaneous stagger. It's pretty good, though. It's definitely above average, even excluding Flash of Light. No, it's not a paid Voldus Power Pass. It's a paid Algacia Power Pass. Someone just asked me to show them the Voldus Power Pass because that is available for sale if you want to buy that separately. Other than Stronghold, main quest line. MSQ. A Voldus Power Pass will now be purchasable. Yes, but purchasable is not the same thing as it. I hear the Wendigo. I hear him. He's making noises. He's roaming. The what? The Wendigo. Steps! Steps! I was gonna ask him when he was gonna go live. So I can send him over to you guys and then you can watch his reactions where he goes, yeah, yeah. You know the whisper scream that he does? Did he get his hair cut? I think so. Pretty sure he left earlier. When are you going live? Okay. I can send them to you. You're not in the camera frame. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll look for you to go live. The Wendigo. That's my nickname for him now. I need to main the Shura build, but how hard is the spec build to play? It's very chill, and you'll have a very easy time on it. It does kind of have a rotation, though, because you're trying to squeeze in as many CDR punches as you can before going back into building, but it's very straightforward. If you've ever played something like a Knight's Edge Soul Eater, you'll get the hang of a spec King Burger King build pretty fast. Nice. How annoying is the auto attack cancel? For Kingfish, it's not a cancel. You use a stamina skill, then you left click once and he goes, yeah! And then you do another stamina skill, and then you left click, and then he's like, yeah! There's no cancel involved. It's a follow-up to each of your stamina skills. It's better to call it a follow-up than a cancel. Right click, out you heathen. Yeah, it's kind of like weaving. You're weaving in an auto attack between your stamina skills. Can you make a macro for that? No, not for that. That's not something you could reliably macro. Mind checking a Reddit post? Okay. I've got 15 minutes till the Wendigo goes live. I'll hang out with you guys till then. I already looked at this. This is a fun post, though. I actually did enjoy looking through it. A couple of them are kind of weird placements, but it was actually really funny to read through this. It's worth looking at. Just for fun. For the macroing, you should probably say it is against the TOS since it's automation, although unlikely to ban it is possible. It is true that macroing is against TOS, but it's also true that I don't think anyone has ever been banned in the history of ever for macroing, so... Especially a basic input that isn't like a complex automation. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, sorry I didn't actually end up making my DD2 characters today, but we will make them before the game comes out on Friday. My plan is I will be live after the maintenance in Korea to... Well, what's going on right now? The maintenance in Korea to knock out all my raids. And I'm going to try and get all of my raids done before Friday. And then Friday, I'm going on DD2 marathon. When is Behemoth? 27th. So again, chat, the itinerary for the next week of the stream is going to be very, very hectic. Oh, the 21st? Thanks for the heads up, Fruits Punch. The first couple of days, I'm going to go ham on raids, and I'll try to answer your questions as you guys get this new patch. And by Thursday night, I will begin my Dragon's Dogma 2 playthrough. And that's going to last a few days. I heard reviewers saying that it's like a 40 to 50 hour game, which is perfect. I can knock that out in 2 to 3 streams. And that will lead into Cannon and Boba Jenny visiting us in Orange County. And then we'll probably do some IRL streams while they're here, including a cooking stream. And then 2 days later is Behemoth. I have a group for Behemoth. ATK is setting up that group. I think the group's almost entirely done. It's like a friend group. They're all like friends of ATK or people that I raid with already. And that's on the 27th, so that's the 16-man raid in Korea. And then I have some sponsorship stuff that I have to take care of as well. So it's very busy the next like next week or two. So if I seem grouchy during all that, it's because I'm not getting enough sleep. But I've been sleeping a lot these past 2 days, so I think I'll be okay. What the fuck is this? Oh my lordy, 15. What is this?
Guys, I'm not playing with my nuts. Time to go. Your mother's beef. It's cold as shit.
He definitely has the most memeable face in this section by far. Sila's back? Yeah, Sila is on leave for the remainder of his military service. So he's effectively done with his military service. Drop a link to this vid? Sure. Does the Voldus Power Pass also give gear? 1520 gear, yes. Lustboy's not in the group. Lustboy has another friend group that he wants to raid lead. And he also adopted Legalia, Tofu, and Memo into that group. So if you want the content group, that's the one to watch. Roman, thank you for the 5 months. What happened to the Blade? He said he's busy on that day, so he can't commit to the group on that day. So he backed out. That's why he's going to quit the game after reading the Legalian memo. I think you guys shit on them just a little too much. I think they'll be fine. Also, we're also not really expecting Behemoth to be too difficult. I'm kind of expecting a lower difficulty level than Echidna. Especially considering the character itself is like a very non-important minor character. Like a very forgettable NPC. But I bet you it'll be very fun to watch them. It might not be as fun to watch me because... I mean, I'll be talking. He's still making noises. I'll be talking during it, but, you know, it's just... The only other people speaking English in that group will be ATK sometimes when he's not talking to the rest of the group, and Sila. I'll be your El Clasico boring streamer. How's that? If you want a nice boring stream to watch for it. Did I just hear him in the background? There's no way you heard him in the background. The noise suppression on this mic is so strong. There's no fucking way you heard him. I guess because he got his haircut though, and he's starting his stream pretty early today. He probably doesn't want to hit the gym, so I'll probably just get a workout in and then I'll go to sleep. Wake up. I'll probably be live pretty early today, so I can hit up raids with ATK and Wine Blue. And yeah. Should be good. I'm also planning on letting Stoops try out my breaker in Voldus, so he can try it out, and I kind of want to see how he handles it. Tonight? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, L pilot. Screenshot your skill placement. No, I'm making him play with my keybinds. Given the triple front attack comp, making him switch to Kingfist before Breaker even releases in the West, he can't go Kingfist because Cannon's going Kingfist. You need a streamer that represents every engraving when a new class comes out. Dude, I almost forgot that Cannon and Cute Dog are in the same theme mine group. That's a content group. Actually, there's two pretty good content groups for theme mine. There's Stoops' group to watch. That's a funny content group. And then there's Cannon and Cute Dog's group. That's a funny content group. Do you actually think they'll reach 1630? There's nothing that money can't accomplish. I don't mind a local. I can buy some later. I don't know. I'm not really a good measure of how much mats are required to get to certain thresholds. Am I going to get one shot if I don't have plus 21 armors? Okay, someone has spread this idea that you take monstrous amounts of damage if you don't have 21 armors, and that is not true. Whoever has spread this knowledge, it is incorrect knowledge. That is not right. Memo. I'm tired. Can you explain more about this? The defense gate is a system that exists, but it's based off of your physical and magical defense, not the current enhancements of your armor. So if you have like one armor underneath plus 21, you're not magically going to take insane amounts of damage. You're going to take a little bit more damage. That's it. Hello, Foss. Did your Hellbrawl go well? I'm sorry. I would have gone, but I was eating when you asked me, and I ate for like 20 minutes. Was it a deathless lobby, or were you just getting it clear for someone? How much silver do we need to push 1630 breaker before Thamine comes out? I don't know. There's a KR Inven post that states you can take up to 40% less damage if your armor pieces are 23 instead of 21. Maybe some people think you take more damage if you're below 21 because of that post. Yeah, but that's an average sum of the defense. It's okay. I was enjoying my Hellbrawl with 7 girls. You dog, you. I feel like I missed out. Foss the player. But yes, the defense gate is a true thing, but it's a logarithmic function. Oh, using the fancy words now. It's a logarithmic function. Or it's expressed as a logarithmic function. Logarithmic people talk. Logarithmic. Logarithmic. Like that. It looks like that. That point right there is the defense gate. So if you're missing like one armor under 21, maybe you're like right here. You are here. And if this might be like plus 23 all armors. You're talented in many things, but not paint. Fuck you. Take that back right now. Take it back. You're using too thick of a pen? My pen's thickness is just fine, thank you very much. So can I compensate the lower item level with physical defense elixir? That is calculated separately. That is calculated after the fact. That is not inclusive of determining where you fall in this scale, your chest elixir. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Are you talking about the physical and magical defense, or are you talking about the overall reduction? The overall reduction would not be factored into this. I would assume that physical and magic defense does factor into this. In which case, happy. I don't actually know though, because this is not something that I've tested. I don't know if it would factor into this or if it would like be like AP engravings and be applied separately after the fact. Sorry. I wish I could help you on that one, but this is knowledge that I don't know. Good thing you didn't become a teacher. The entire class would be asleep by the end of the lesson. How do you know if a boss's damage is physical versus magic? If he hits you in the head with something, it's most likely physical. If it looks magical, I think it's magic in that case. I do not know if external things such as the elixir or your pet thing or food is factored into the initial defense gate penalty. I don't know. I would be more inclined to believe that it doesn't than it does. Because originally the defense and AP gate were designed to discourage people entering content undergeared. So while I can't confirm it, I doubt that they actually count towards this. Is he live? Good. In that case, I am heading out, chat. I will be back in about maybe like 6 or 7 hours or so. And I'll answer more of your questions then. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Fallacy, thank you for the 8 months. It was a lot of fun. I hope you guys are really excited for the update because, honest to God, it actually looks like a really good update. So kudos to Amazon for that one. And yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys later tonight. Thank you for all the follows and resubs along the way, and have a good rest of your day. Flash raid Stoops. What's a good raid message? You should hit him with the do his fucking scream thing at him where he's like, yeah. do his fucking scream at him. Okay, I'll see you guys later. I'll probably pop by his stream just to say hello shortly, and then yeah. Later, guys.
Should I